YouTube. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Finally. Nice nicknames? I know. It's very descriptive. There are a lot of mommies here. We're finally gonna dive more into the endgame with the Spiritborn. As I've been fine-tuning our build, we're not completely there yet, but we get the Rune to be more active. We're one-hitting people with our Seeker form. We still need so many more items to make this feel amazing, but we're slowly getting there to put the Spiritborn at a spot where it just feels right, if that makes sense. And it's kind of interesting. Like it's been a journey like the Sorceress, right? Like there's no immediate power, no insane power. You're gonna be fighting some to get it done. But we're surely getting there, slow and steady. We've been doing some like normal pits, so Torment 4 pits. We've been doing some non-Torment 4 pits. Non-Torment 4 is currently better, but it's like, it's interesting how you can harness the power of the Seeker. Because my Seeker has hit up to like 10 billion so far, so that's nice. So we know that billions of damage is like possible for Spiritborn. It's just not as easily achieved as with the other classes. See, right now I'm gonna waltz in, pull everything together, and that one is hitting for up to billions. Then we're gonna reset the cooldown on it easily. Wait, 21, 22, 23, pull it together, and just nuke it all. Oh, what? You didn't get damage because I ran out? Oh my lord. That was so bad because he had the umbrella going. That was a billion. Good, I like it. He had his shield of justice that was keeping all the damage away from them, huh? What a meanie. Okay, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Pull everything together and billions. Oh. Pretty much our gameplay loop here right now, right? Just be a total meanie to everyone. We need more cooldown reduction to have like our ulti often. We need some core skill damage, but then we got it. And done. Get the cooldown reduction. Don't fight them. Run past, run past. Wait for the next big elite pack. This one here. Pull them together and nuke. Which class do you find the most fun so far? I hate to admit it, but it's Barbarian. And like, why do I hate to admit it? Because I'm usually like not a Barbarian fan. Like it's not the class I would say is my favorite class to play. But Barbarian has just been simply too good to ignore. Oh wow, that did not kill you. Surprises me, sir. Okay, 21, 22, 23. Are we counting? Well, it's for the, Zan Rune to get the right overpower going. That we get the most damage. So Barbarian was truly the most fun. As it's also like so absolutely brain dead to make work. That makes sense? Like you just go around and earthquake things. It's quite cool. Like to see that whole build come to fruition and see like what you can actually do with a so simple concept of just an earthquake. I think that's how it should be. Like the coolest builds should not be the most complicated ones to play with the most complicated mechanics and stuff. That the cool builds should be the fun and easygoing builds, right? That you can just have a goddamn amazing time with. Okay, let's waltz in here, pull them together, overpower crit. It's like we're doing like the consistent billions and we're getting the overpower crit more consistently. Because I started playing a different rune, so we're currently playing the Igni rune. And I can pretty much like pre-charge it when I go from pack to pack. See, like I can get this up and it's almost overpower crit, and then I can just waltz in, activate the overpower crit, and do the overpower crit. Now the problem is obviously if there's these pesky damage reduction minions going on, because then I need to do one overpower crit and the second overpower crit to like destroy everyone. The only downside, but who counts at these annoying minions? Okay, let's pull them all together. 21, 22, 23. Boop and boop. Just like so good to see all the damage going down. P2 is better. Rabbit P2 is great, sir. And the February patch is definitely going to lift it up even further. But until then, I have done everything in the game. What do you want me to do? Just sit around and play no games? And then just sit there in idle mode, waiting until the patch comes, probably, right? The best solution, Chan. There's no other solution. Let's try to... here. Next pack of big mobs, and pull, and nuke. Done. There's it. Right? Necro is so slow if you want to speed farm. Well, it is fast enough. It's just, like, not fast compared to the other classes that are zooming over the screen. Because, well, it's Necro by nature, and Necro by nature is obviously not fast in itself. I see that. That's almost the billion hit. Let's go. Do some more. I mean, same here, like, compared to the Necro. Like, with the Necro, I can just spam the Blood Wave. And here, I need to make sure that my Zan Rune is activated to do a super hit. That can feel somewhat clunky at times. But not every class is currently super powerful, so you'll take what you get, you know? I made it work. That's the most fun part for me right now. To see if I can make a Spiritborn that feels good without bug abuse or anything. And, you know, we're slowly getting there. It'll be hard to, like, get all the glyphs upgraded, though, for this one. You finished Season Journey and stuff. We still haven't done that, monsieur. We are on the track to get this done. We're currently sitting at... Still having to upgrade Witchcraft powers, as you can see, to jump the next. So I need to upgrade 4 more Witchcraft powers to the final. And I only have 1,400 rot. Bazaar, how's life? Pretty good. Zach, also, good to see you there. Howdy. We're feeling nice. We're trying to make Spiritborn great again, or at least Spiritborn feel good this season. And we're on the right track. But it does take some work. I mean, you could play the standard claw build, so just use the Tiger Ultimate. But I found the Tiger Ultimate always somewhat lacking and boring. I'm just a big fan of the Seeker. So, of really, like, just pooping people with your Sky Eagle. That's just been always my fun. Just need to bring, like, more damage into the build. That's probably not the Seeker. But then again, I don't know if that's necessary. Because if I can pull my enemies consistently together, why would I have to bring any other damage than the Seeker in, right? And the Seeker can do all the damage. Simple as. Did you see the general chat, Velo? What did you post there? The audio is super off in the video. What do you mean with the audio is super off? I listened to the audio and it seemed really great. Gonna be more precise about audio comments. My plan is currently to get the Seeker to do like so much damage that we're just nuke everything, right? Serious? Good to see you there, brother. Hope you're feeling good. Howdy. So if we get the Eagle to like do hundreds of billions of damage, should be happy. But I'm not sure if hundreds of billions is realistic. I mean, 10, 20 billion? Probably. Right? If I could find a way to activate the Rune more often, that would be also great. But I'm not entirely sure how to do that right now. Or if there's even a way how I could activate the Rune even more often.
Thank you, stranger.
I'll double check after the stream, Velos. Thank you for your feedback. We'll make sure. Morning, Eric. How are you doing? Howdy, IF also. Reads. So right now we're hanging out in World Tier 3 mostly because as with the Sorg, World Tier 3 just feels straight away better. Which is actually sad to say, right? You wanna like straight up go to World Tier 4 and we can like we can do World Tier 4, but it yet feels still a bit too tedious to be like, yeah, World Tier 4's in, you know? That's why we're still doing it with the Eagle here in World Tier 3. So definitely a felt power difference to the others. When I could already kill any World Tier 4 boss with my Eagle, so like any of the Uber bosses I could just farm alone. That's great. And we'll have to farm some Uber bosses today because I need my... Now, Ring we have already. I guess I need my Harmony at a 30%. And Greater Affix. Oh no, we need to hand this in quick. Before the dude comes. Huh, 200 weapons? Chaos, no. I need gloves with core skills. Will witch powers be available in the next season? Well, most likely witch powers won't be available in the next season because the witch powers are currently the seasonal theme. There's always a chance that something from the seasonal theme will be taken over into the next season, but it is unlikely because the witch powers are currently such a decisive factor. They're just so overpowering that I doubt that they'll be actually coming with us. Sadly, because I do like the witch powers personally. I think they're pretty damn cool. And I would obviously like to see them persist longer in the game, but I can't see it happening. Now, maybe some of them might come as aspects down the line, but let's be fair, it's not like we have the amount of aspects to spare, right? Like, you do not have the aspects where you could just say, oh, yeah, sure, I mean... I'm totally going to play the RF Siphoning as an aspect. I mean, if it wasn't a utility aspect, sure, and I didn't have to waste it as another melee aspect, then I could see that being a thing. But otherwise, this is a big enough, right? No, if you don't haven't seen the amulet, can you whisper it to me? So that's not a new question, really. It's just like seasonal themes, you know? We used to have a cool robot, but that cool robot would have also not worked. It worked in the season. That being said, I love something like the witch powers. I think there should be something like the witch powers in the game. I feel like Blizzard is doing a mistake by not giving us a screen like this permanently with something like witch powers. It's like having another auxiliary power that can boost your build and help you fix some issues of your build, like vulnerability and so on, because right now I don't care about vulnerable, right? My enemies are vulnerable because why not? I got it done. That's kind of nice. You get there. Counteroffensive, heavy-handed. Oh, sir. Pretty nasty, Velo. Barely anyone here, so World Boss doesn't have that much HP. Sorry, you're not allowed to jump out of my thingies. If you jump out of my thingies, you can't do like cool bird ultis on you. So we're in wait 21, 22, 23, and then we do this and bird ulti him. And miss him again. Now you would assume that like this ginormous monster is like relatively easy to hit with your bird ulti because, I mean, how am I going to miss him, right? Surely, Chad, how am I going to miss him with my bird ulti? Well, the answer is actually quite simple, it seems. Like, you're just going to. I mean, why would he hit him? Aaron, get to see there, partner. Let's do this. And bird ulti him. Thank you, Litterfin, for the 59 centuries of support. Good morning. Oh, we're all looking forward to seeing the Spiritborn work. And then we have another 2 days, and Kingdom Come Deliverance is actually coming out, ladies and gentlemen. It's just around the corner. And I'm still unsure if I want to play it. It's crazy because the game looks interesting, but it also looks like so much, if that makes sense. Like so many systems, so many things. So much unnecessary stuff that I don't actually need in a game. Will you try Razor Wings? Probably not. I want to try an ulti-focused build, Marcus. You know, a build that is about the ultimate. And I don't want to play other builds that are focusing on other things. So I like the ultimate the most on the character. I think the ultimate is pretty cool. And I've always enjoyed the Seeker the most, if I'm honest with you. And the other skills are just not really interesting to me. Okay, let's see what we got there. Tons of chest armors. Some greater affix stuff. And what we got here? That is Dex, and that's it. That's Dex damage over time. Nothing good comes out of this. I mean, apart from 2 new aspects, it's not like that we get a new good aspect. Again, let's use the equip. Disobedience, slice stabs, jug. We got the apogeic. We still have the redirected force, which is not better yet. Unyielding and the vehement. Nothing is actually better. Centipede over Eagle. Centipede is fun, but like obviously the whole bonus poison damage shebang bang is being nerfed, and then Centipede is like straight up not good again. But I think Centipede will still be worth it, right? But it just loses like a lot of the power that it currently had due to bugs. And I just like to make these ultis work that multiply upwards. I mean, Eagle is right now multiplying with critical strike damage bonus. Which means if we stack enough critical strike, could we make the Eagle work? That's my main point of interest. I like these ultimates that work with stacking bonuses, and because it's such an easy concept, right? It's such an easy to grasp concept of just stack, get damage, be good. And hopefully it's fun. Speed is up? No, because it's a very, very rough proof of concept. I mean, it's working. It worked for leveling so far. It works in tier 4. We didn't even need so much special stuff for it, but I still need better gear, vastly, because we have 4,000 armor. But I need something along the lines of 5,000 armor for my gorilla things to hit correctly. Eagles should be straight strong. Yeah, I don't know why they made Eagles so weak. So right now we're getting 15% of our critical strike damage bonus. But what is that? What's 15% of your critical strike damage bonus? I mean, seriously. Like when all the other builds are getting 30% or like even more, and then Spiritborn is like, oh yeah, hey, 15, ha 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 ha.
I won't forget this, stranger.
Sweaty push pushing builds. I mean, we're not making sweaty pit pushing builds. No worries. As you say, it's all about fun, and that's the most important part. That's why I play Eagles, because I like to drop Eagles on people. That's why we're playing also the Zan Rune, because right now I can force a crit overpower, and then I can do a crit overpower that hits for billions. Now I can do less crit overpowers than I would like to, because I can just sadly not force the Zan Rune as often as I would like it to be. But I can force it just enough to be very good. The plan would obviously be to have the Zan Rune do immense damage, but as the Zen Rune does immense damage, also to have your standard crits still do good damage already. Because if my standard crits are doing good damage, hundreds of millions, that's great. And if I then like drop the in-between super ulti hitter that just tears things into pieces, that's even better. For now, we're gonna get the ulti up, and then we're gonna hit like the billion hit, or the 100 million hit, wherever it's multiplying right now. We just feel very good. Okay, get it all up. Done. Thank you very much, Fluffinator, for the brand new subscription. Guten Tag. Happy Sunday to all of you, ladies and gents. Spiritborn is fun but feels underpowered. Would you believe that Spiritborn feels the most balanced right now? Because that's what it is. Like, you're saying it feels underpowered, but actually, it feels the most balanced for the existing game content. Like, you're still having an existing challenge. You actually need to play versus the world. You're not getting anything out or everything just handed to you on a silver platter, right? You gotta earn it. The same is kind of like Sorceress gameplay. So Sorceress still felt like you had to earn it. Let's be fair, Necro does not feel like that. Barb does not feel like that. Rogue does not feel like that. All these have just such an easy power progression curve that they have absolutely no challenge to kind of phase, and they're just blasting through any piece of existing content. And from the definition of Blizzard, Spiritborn is not weak right now. Spiritborn is exactly as strong as it should be. Because it can beat every piece of existing content, right? If it can do that, if it can beat every piece of existing content, then it's kind of like, it's fine. When it cannot push deep in the pit, yeah, or too deep into the pit. That's fine. Cooldown reduction. We don't need cooldown reduction, we need maximum armor. That'd be green. And that's Blizzard's measurement right now. Like, how strong are you in comparison to the content that's there? Right? That's what they're looking at. Neil, good to see you there. Also, Mihazio, good morning. Thank you for the 3rd month already. Very good to see you all. See, once again, that annoying damage reduction minion. Like it. See, I can pull them all together. First trigger. Then we wait 21, 22, 23. Second trigger. And then ulti deletion. And now the first trigger will be the ulti deletion straight away. Because we get that overpowering. 21, 22, 23. Boop. So it makes it so much fun to me right now. Like, sure, you know, like there are other builds that can do more. But you're pretty much just setting up that one nuke and then you just have it descend and destroy what's right now there in your path. Kind of like that. Hello, sir. Knight. Let's get them all together here. Okay, getting the cooldown reduction down. Dropping one ulti. Waiting for 21, 22, 23. Pull them together. Oop. Should have waited one longer. Oh, you just completely missed the other dudes. Great. It's fine. Then we'll just kill 3 guys with 3 eagles instead of like 1 guy. All 3 guys with 1 eagle. Just let me check my notes. Sometimes that's just what happens. Pretty sure I don't actually need the overpowered hit there. So we're good. I really hope your idea for the next level of Endgame happens at some point. Pitch pushing shouldn't be built measuring stick. I feel like Blizzard might have the impression that it's good enough. It's like I really don't know what Blizzard's plans are. That's my biggest problem. I'm not sure what they're focusing on, right? What is right now in the forefront of their minds that the game needs? Does the game need more balance? Does the game need more? Like, what does the game need more of? I could not for the love of God tell you what Blizzard feels like the game needs right now. Because they are actually not really communicative about that currently. You know, where we stand and what our plan is. Like, are we in the era of balancing? Are we still in the era of class rework? Because let's be fair, classes are still not properly reworked. Right? I mean, the whole Necromancer minion system is shoddy at best, and some other things. So, like, I don't know where we stand right now Because Season 6 was the season of the expansion. Season 7 was now the season of, like, just give us witchcraft powers. Right? And class reworks, obviously. Because these class reworks there were promised, but we're obviously not done with class reworks because I don't feel much has happened, right? There's some things fixed, more things broken. So there's still a lot that has to happen. So I'm not sure what phase Blizzard feels like we're in. And what's the game really need. I'm still planning on doing a Blood Surge build. I genuinely thought about doing a Blood Surge build this morning, but then I just looked at currently how you would build Blood Surge, and it's exactly the same as last season. I mean, I wish I could give you different news, like Blood Surge fundamentally changed, but you could pretty much just take a Season 6 planner and you're good to go. I know people want up-to-date things, but like the Season 6 planner is as up-to-date as it gets. Because nothing changed. It's like, sure, you want something new? Well, let me just, I don't know, change like these 2 skill points and pretend this is like really changed the build and everything is different now. But you know it's not. Balance is, I think, a fleeting thing that will never happen. So the biggest problem with a balance is how are you balance something that's broken? You know? Like every single season there's a new broken thing cropping up. And how are you planning on balancing something that's, well, inherently broken? Mechanics that are not working. Great. We got to go back because I don't know. Like, there's not enough minions in this one. We love that. So you can't really balance that, right? Since you're gonna like apply the balance stick on the one end, but then on the other hand something breaks again. So unless the actual breaking thingies are fixed. Feels hard to kind of balance that. Agree or disagree? Ladies and gentlemen. Well, that one Eagle just tore a new one. Hee. You make money if you balance. Oh, they're making tons of money of skins. So, like, please get rid of the notion of, oh no, they're leaving everything broken to make more money. Be a reasonable adult once in a while. And just please strike that out of your mind. We're not leaving the game intentionally broken. I know it sounds crazy, but the game is broken because they might actually suck at balancing the game. Okay. Like I mean, all my respect to the Blizzard team, all my respect to what they're doing over there, and all the developers. But let's look each other in the eye for a second and just say it as it is. They might just actually suck at balancing things. Sorry. Not sorry. Oh, D4 is so bad at math. The problem, I don't think, is that they're necessarily bad at math. It's like the basic math of the game is broken. When underlying everything is broken, then what then? You know? When actually the underpinnings of the game are bonked, are borked, are not like working as intended, what then? A whole different box of the Pandora as well, right? I need more Seeker charges. Do I have enough Seeker charges? What else could I do? Not really anything, huh? Some more Seeker charges so I can just spam away now. Or crit? No, give me that crit damage, not that overpower. Like, overpower can eat my booty hole. It's not like you played true because you kind of want that overpower to a degree. But I'm going to be multiplying up crit damage, so could you please give me crit damage without me having to waste? Thank you very much. Every piece of crit damage multiplies the eagle upwards. Let's do that. What's your movement speed up to? I feel like you're moving at snail space. Oh, we don't have like a lot of movement speed right now. We have a bit more, but we're definitely not moving at snail space. We do need more movement speed though. We're currently a bit too low. I could probably take a witchcraft power for that too. Because our movement speed is actually determining our damage as well due to some eagle key passives that we're using. So it might about time that I double check on that too. Okay, let's pull them all together and nuke them with an ulti. Woo! Those orange numbers become very addicting. Can I say, Chan? Oh, come all together, please, and good night, honey boo boo. Get them all together. Whoop whoop. I still would like to have like a different rune to trigger my thingies, but I don't know what's better because right now, as you can see, I run and then I instantly get 500 offering. So you can save up like so much offering with the Igni combination that I truly get like a lot. See, like right now I'm storing up 500 offering, and if I use my Vortex to pull everyone together, I am just guaranteed to overpower crit, right? So especially when you're traversing from like mob pack to mob pack, it's like the perfect charge up. Actually get the ulti out in a meaningful way. It's not like that you need the critical strike overpower for every pack. At least not for Torment 4. But I mean, obviously, if you can, you would like kind of want to have the critical strike overpower for every pack, because that would be cool. Oh, did we have to use the ulti for him? No, we didn't, but why not? Hello there, nerds. 1, 2, 3. Do the ulti. Pull things, do the ulti. Boop. Get them all together. Do the ulti. Wait for it to be done. And pull ulti. Hee do do do. Thank you very much, Crifter, for the 64 months of support. Crifter, appreciate it. Hope you're doing very well. I know that the Quill Volley build with the Tiger plays a bit more aggressive on spamming Quill Volley and everything. But I really didn't like that playstyle. So we decided to make it more tedious for ourselves. But have more fun, I'd say. And we're slowly getting like also more damage, so that's kind of cool to see. Hello, we're gonna hit. Right, reduce the cooldowns. Get the ulti charged. 1 and then 2. Now get the ulti charged again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do 1 ulti. 1, 2, 3. Activate ulti. Then do another ulti, because now I'm charging at my ultis. That's like the whole plan here. Then do 1, 2, 3. Boop, boop. Because by using your ultis more often, you're obviously like charging them into the aspect. That gives you more damage for every consecutive ulti use. And then my 1 ulti will be like 100% bonus damage and do like a super giga overpower. Oh, I can gamble for gloves now. Oh, that's going to be good. Okay, so fitness is 1, 2, and then level up. So we get more critical strike damage, 8%. And that more 8% critical strike damage brings us to 300% Seeker. That's good. Tiff dropped a like to show support. Thank you. Okay, the interesting part is that's bonus crit damage, right? Then we have here bonus crit damage, and we have here another critical strike damage bonus. So if I really, really, really want to get my critical strike damage up, I can do that over 2 runes. And that multiplicative forward, so that's kind of cool. Why ever, like, Spiritborn has that, right? Why does Spiritborn have 2 skills to get crit damage up? Have you found runes played a big build of boosting your builds this season? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this build is definitely only working because of runes, sir. Without runes, you don't play this build. Simple as cake. I noticed one thing. I need to reroll the vulnerable damage that we have here. Even though that's our greater affix. But I need it to be critical strike damage. Thank you very much. Because that would bring us up to almost like 400% now. So runes are certainly, I mean, like, might it be the Zan rune? Because we're currently playing the Zan rune to get more overpowers. What are we doing? We use Igni. Igni stores every 0.3 seconds offering. And then I can press my button to get all that stored offering in one go. And right now we are sitting at almost 700 offering. And then when the offering is full, boom, like this, I have a guaranteed overpower critical strike, which obviously then strikes for up to billions straight away. That has a lot to do with the overpower calculation being broken. Yes, it is what it is. The overpower calculation is too strong. And it's okay. It, like, you know, just gotta understand how it works and then make the best out of it. And we can pretty much use it for like these juiced up super ultis, and it's kind of fun to see like how much damage actually comes together from this. See, right now we're close to the ulti again. Pull together, do the ulti. The biggest problem is that was a billion, cool, that I don't have actual overpowered damage. So I can do these hits, right? But right now my whole overpowered damage is just coming from my life. So I'm not actually doing like specific high overpower damage because I have a lot of overpower damage multiplier or any overpower damage multiplying runes because I simply don't. But I do all of this like overpower damage by just having life because I'm running around with already 17,000 life, which was pretty simple to achieve. And more life is more damage. So if I can just juice up my life and get a lot of crit damage, then even with an overpower bonus of only like here 300%, that's nothing, right? That might as well not exist. Molten Bandit thing with a prime support. I'm still able to do tons of damage, which is crazy. Have runes become a mythic in a way? Depends on what build you're playing. I mean, I could have played the Spiritborn different now too without those runes. Would I play this specific Spiritborn build without the rune? Maybe not. Like the whole premise was using Zan from the beginning to make this work, right? So would I do it without Zan? Probably not. Because it wouldn't just make much sense to do this without Zan. Also, you can farm runes with a tribute of runes in the Undercity. So getting runes is certainly still vastly easier than getting mythics. Now, I know some runes feel like they're even rarer than mythics, but like it shouldn't. It's just Blizzard making them rarer than they have to be. Oh, well, they just actually died from the normal crit. It's good to see when that happens and I don't have to, like, apply the overpowered critical strike. Boom. Billions. So like, especially in the pit when you're running from mob pack to mob pack, this is working so good. So right now, we're gonna again have the next attack be straight up the super billion hit. Boom. Done. Yeah, Igni and Bug are definitely a lot being used, but I think it's seasonal different to different, right? So like we gotta look at it like pretty much from a seasonal to seasonal perspective. The same as with mythics. I mean, right now if you're looking at the mythics that are actually being used this season, it's a bit different to the mythics that were last season top tier. This season, no one is playing the Ring of Starless Skies, right? But everyone is playing the Shroud of the False Death. I mean, everyone was playing last season's Shroud of False Death as well, but like Starless Skies was actually good. Same kind of goes for the... Come on, brain. What's the name again? Doombringer was super popular. Who's playing Doombringer? Barb are playing the Starless. Some Barbs are playing Starless. But it's by no means like you need Starless to make this work. So I'm not saying there are none, but there's definitely less than you would think there are. I need a better weapon. I don't want a Soulbrand or a Jacint. Do we have the... Nah. At least land on one critical strike. Thank you very much. Right? Bring this someone higher. Okay, more damage. We get the double damage here. That's good. We got all the dex thingies going on. We need more gloves. That's why we wanted to go there. I mean, Starless is definitely not terrible. But it's just like, if you compare the valuation to last season, if I get a Starless right now, I'm just like, okay. I would rather have a Shroud or a Harlequin Crest. If I got a Starless last season, I would be like, fuck yeah, I can make this and that build. Right? Or if I got a Doombringer, I'm like, hell yeah, this is straight up amazing. But right now, it's more like, I got a Doombringer, let me disenchant it. Okay, this one, if we could re-roll the attack speed into core skills, that would be the most pertinent thing to do. But sadly, I do not have the stats to do so. I mean, getting the armor is amazing on this one, so that's great. Now we can temper it with critical strike damage. Thank you. And we can temper it with probably vortex size. So he doesn't want to pull things in from like everywhere. Okay, yeah, like who doesn't want to have vortex size, right, Chad? Surely you would want to have vortex size. Great, thank you very much. Before I have to throw a temper tantrum, would have been what a shame that would have been. God damn it. And that bonus armor is great because it's straight up like putting us further forward, not redirected force. It is called unyielding hits. Yeah. Doombringer's a death tab rogue. Great. Isn't because mainly because you can't use Shroud of False Death if I'm not mistaken. Right? Okay, let's get our second crit up that we have like all the multipliers. It's like all the builds, Damien, all the builds that can't use chest pieces, like the Cataclysm Druid, can't also use Shroud of Nameless Death. So it's kind of like, oh man, if you don't have the Shroud, you could actually use something else. The same with Grandfather this season. I mean, you can use Grandfather. You can use Grandfather in a Barbarian, but it won't suddenly make Grandfather actually a good choice. It's more like, yes, you can use it. And it won't be the most terrible thing you have ever done. But there's so many better things to do. Still. Especially with a lot of the very cracked aspects we have gotten. Because we have gotten like a ton of like really good aspects. Hello, 3 dudes in a trench coat. Good 9. Ulti, pre-ulti, so the damage of my next ulti is higher. Pull them together, full ulti them. Oh yeah, that vortex size is coming in mighty handy. I mean, now it's like pulling from everywhere. That's what you wanted to see. Thank you very much. Wasn't sure if I wanted to waste it on him because he was like alone, but what gives? Great video yesterday, thank you. I wasn't sure how well a tip video would be received, but I enjoy doing these videos of things you haven't heard about in a game, because they're like, people think they know so much, including myself, and sometimes you're like really surprised what you have been missing out on, you know? Like, man, I probably know everything about Diablo 4 at this point, and it's like, ah, shit, I didn't know that one thing. It's always fun. Like, learning things is fun. At least that's what I think. Might be alone with that. Hello, pull together, noob. Definitely a couple of things I was unaware of. It's funny when you, like, notice, like, what you have been missing, but without feeling bad about it, right? Because these things are not, like, necessarily going to ruin your game if you don't know them. But if you know them, they're just very nice to know that you can also share with your friends and be like, ha, you buffoon, did you not even know this? Buffoon is obviously a word we all use on the daily. Surely. Whoop, whoop. Dankeschön. What's the best place to farm Ancestrals? The Seasonal Zone and the Root Holds. Root Holds are truly your ancestral breeding ground. You go in there and you're guaranteed to get a couple of Ancestrals. Like, I've never gone to a Root Hold and not gotten a couple of Ancestrals out of it. There's just no world. Right? Ah. You do a great job of breaking things down without sounding condescending. It's sometimes harder than you think. But you always got to remind yourself, as someone who has played a game a lot, that there are people that don't play a game a lot. Someone this morning on my video said he has never heard someone call the Harlequin Crest a Harlequin Crest. Because the Harlequin Crest, everyone calls it a Shaco. Because it was called a Shaco in Diablo 2, right? But for someone that never played Diablo 2, nor is a permanently online nerd, why would you call it a Shaco? Right? Who in their right mind would go out and call it a Shaco? Unless you spend way too much time online. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, you got to remind yourself often that not everyone knows it's called a Shaco, because it is called a Harlequin Crest. The unidentified item was Shaco, but as soon as you... white. Thank you. See, I didn't know that. See, I didn't know that, because I was never the big Diablo 2 aficionado. But that's what I'm trying to say, right? Like, people don't know these things, but it's being assumed as common knowledge, which it's not. And then you're being ridiculed because you don't know what a Shaco is. You're like, well, maybe you're the weird one, you know? Maybe I'm cool, and you're just the weird one because you can't actually use the normal in-game terms for things. But obviously there's a psychological component attached for people trying to seem like cool old-timers and way more amazing than they are, you know, creating this elite group of gatekeeping that has no place in gaming anyways, and like it's really loser behavior if we're honest with each other. You're not cooler because you call it a Shaco. No, not more special. You can just call it the Harlequin Crest. It's fine. These are the things you kind of have to remind yourself of as a creator often, because they become very common knowledge. I mean, that you call random people Jimmys, Timmys, and Daves, you know? I mean, everyone that spends, like, I think, an hour a day on Twitch might have heard the term Jimmys, Timmys, and Daves for like just random people running around in Battle Royale games. If you then watch the respective creators, but you might be like, what the fuck is he talking? Who's Timmy? Who's Dave? Who's Jebediah? Right? What is he talking about? Like, is he having a stroke? I mean, maybe. Beyond the point. Right? So these are like the social community terms that a lot of creators tend to normalize in their lingo and then wonder why they're not being understood. Because it's just not normal lingo. It's just the thing you're used to if you're permanently online on Twitch and you talk to people that are also permanently online on Twitch. And yes, as my YouTube chat is saying, what is this Twitch you're talking about? That is a big point too. Like people that watch streams on YouTube, they're not necessarily used to the Twitch lingo, because let me check my notes. Yeah, they're not spending much time on Twitch. And as Twitch is getting more and more relevant, I know it sounds harsh, but it is what it is. Self-doing, by the way. No one else can be blamed than Twitch itself. Yeah. I feel like get used to talking like a normal person again. Like, can form a whole sentence without using GigaChat, Omega Lul, or Franker Z, whatever, you know? You make a video about the Spiritborn build? Not yet, because the Spiritborn build is still in the making. I mean, you might see that it's working somewhat, right? Like we're having the eagle do tons of damage, so the build in itself is doing the damage that I was expecting it to do, but there's still some inherent clunkiness that I didn't get rid of yet. And I'm not entirely sure if I can or if I just accept them as part of the build right now. Especially like this moment where you have to buff watch. So I am staring at this symbol. That's my symbol I'm looking at most of the time. So right now when I'm fighting, I'm not looking at the fight. I'm just staring at the symbol there. I'm waiting for it to be available. See, we're close. Then I run in a circle, activate my ability, do the eagle. Now we're spamming again. Boom, boom. Use all the abilities. Use another ulti to have like your ulti's chain cast. 22, 23, 24, 25. Use the ulti again. Then we're going to activate Zen. And then we're going to use the ulti again. Boom. And big damn. Okay, spam. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Keep the maximum life up. Do this. Do one ulti. And then second ulti. Boom. So, it's like buff watching in this build, right? But I kind of like it as you don't have to just continuously there and spam abilities. So it might be clunky gameplay, but I kind of like the clunky gameplay. Can Gorilla Monk work in Season 7? You could play this here too with Gorilla, Olby. I am just using the Rake as a bonus cooldown reduction. Okay. Because it reduces your longest active cooldown by 0.5 seconds, and that's always my Seeker. Because I want to have as many Seekers as possible. So I reduce the cooldown already by spamming Seeker itself with the Prodigy's tempo, right? But there's always more to reduce. Sorry, pardon me. Oh, my condolences. We make a Monk endgame build guide in PoE 2. The problem with that is that I don't really play the endgame Matty MacG. So my Monk is currently level 75, and I just simply haven't played further with him because I didn't need to. Now, technically, from a like farming clicks perspective, I should probably do it. You know, just from that perspective. But yeah, Eric, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships on the YouTube. That's very kind of you. Good Sunday morning. That's very kind. Okay, could you all please just gather together in the middle? Because otherwise, you're kind of like annoying. Since like, I really want to like, thank you. Well, that was a 5 billion hit. That might have been the highest I've seen so far. From this build, you know? It's nice to see though. So upgrading the glyphs is doing something, guys. It's slowly pushing our damage forward. So 21, 23, 23, 24, boop, and everyone dead. The best part is when you're fighting like these damage reducing guys, right? And your vortex plus your first, like your eagle does 2 damages. So it does the initial damage, right, when he comes, and then he does the explosion damage. That was a 7 billion, cool. And then he does like the 7 damage. So it's always great if your first eagle's attack is just enough to like take him out already, and then go with a follow-up and just clean everything. Okay, we got it almost stacked up. That's my perfect timing and moment to be in. You're not getting trillions on Barb. Are you doing something wrong? I mean, like multiple 100 billions, relatively easy. Trillions on Barb, I think, like, I don't know if Barb can actually reach trillions. I haven't checked the absolute endgame builds, but for Barbs to reach trillions, like, you really, really need good gear. It's a little bit like the Necromancer. So Necro has a really easy time getting billions of damage. Necro has a really easy time getting hundreds of billions of damage. But if you then want to break into the trillions, then you need to put in some significant work. So it's not going to come like from alone, right? You still need very good items to get there. You don't get like with your Sunday camping gear all the way to the trillions suddenly. So builds are really easy to put together. Builds are really high damaging early on and fast, like a lot of the builds, right? But to truly have them then excel and go crazy, yeah, you still need to put on like significant effort. The best part about the Vortex is, like, you can also cast it after using your Seeker, right? I don't have to, like, I can cast the Seeker and then Vortex everyone inside of the Seeker. So, like, Seeker here and then boom, pull everything together afterwards. It's quite useful. As you're, like, waiting for your cooldown. See, right now I'm going to have to do this, boom, and then pull everyone together inside in the middle. And do it again. My only concern right now is that we're sometimes losing HP here and we're losing Fortify. And losing that HP and Fortify has me do less maximum damage. So I'm really not sure if I should just replace the Rake through the Gorilla to get Barrier. Because you might notice that we're right now not having any kind of Barrier, right? It somehow seems fine. Like, I haven't, like, had any downside from doing this, right? This way. Just notices at times that you're just missing your Barrier. Hello, my lords and ladies. We need more cooldown. Appreciate it. Boop. Oh, that one just died. Is Spiritborn still the best in the game? Absolutely not, and it's not even close. Necromancer is right now the best in the game by far. And it's not even close. And that's good. Oh wow, that is just a 3 billion. Like to see it. So Necromancer is currently the best. And the easiest to put together, so that's very important. Okay, we're currently sitting at a 347% bonus, and if I upgrade this, I get critical strike damage, and we're sitting at 373%. Like you notice, the bonus is going higher. We're getting more and more. We started at 250 today. So that's how much we can weasel out, and we can get even more crit damage like this, so that's amazing. And our Eagle skills are doing also bonus critical strike damage, which is fantastic. So right now, I would push further up the critical strike damage here, that we're slowly getting this value just... More playing gain increased critical strike damage equal to your block chance, and right now we have this, and then if I activate my Gorilla, that's a nice bonus, right? Why does it feel like streamers have better RNG than regular folks' time? Lex, it's time. Like, how much time have you spent? I'm at around like 60 plus hours with the season already. And then you look at someone like Rob, and I have 60 plus hours, right? But Rob has what? 100 plus hours at least, not at minimum. Like, the man is just like breathing the butt juice of the game, hasn't showered in like 3 days or something like that. You know what I mean? And that's the difference. Like, it's perceived better luck by just spending more time. Like if already you have done like 500 tormented bosses, and then it's not only the better luck, it's also obviously getting fed items from the community. That helps. Like you come online to a stream and suddenly you look at the equipment and it's like the best. It's like triple affix items everywhere, and they're always the perfect items. And that has a lot to do with trading and that kind of stuff, but also just like the community. I mean, I have been offered great gear. I just don't take it, right? Because it does feel wrong for me just to take your best gear. Also, kind of like takes away my own achievement. Like, well, what's the like? How do I put this now? If I make a build, okay, and I'm gonna present you the build, but I have godlike gear, and then I'm like, hey, the build works. It's so good. If you have the same level of gear, and you're gonna be like, I don't. I don't even remotely, like, I have, like, I don't know, I have 1 shoe. I don't even have 2 shoes at this moment, right? So what gives? What then? Right? So if you have the level of, like, I can make every build work with X mythics. But don't get me wrong, right? You give me enough mythics, I can make every skill work. Every single skill in the game. No problem. But that doesn't mean that the build is good. It just means I threw money at the problem. I threw a lot of money at the problem. And it's certainly something you can do in this game, right? Just throw money at the problem until it's fixed, until you have a good build. But is it then a good build? That's why we're making mostly without mythic builds and stuff like that to kind of show that it's possible. And you can not only make good builds, you can make great builds that work and will have you beat every piece of content, right? Oh. Hello there. I gotta say, like, right now, see, with the rune upgrades, before I said tier 4, it just didn't feel good. Right now, tier 4 just feels perfect and everything is fine. I'm just good and about. Pooping and everything. You know, we need to farm some bosses later, potentially. I still need to get that harmony in greater affix. Also, I'm not sure if we're doing hordes, Neil, if you would like to do hordes. Because I certainly need some masterwork materials for this character. Can you tell Blizz to get their heads out of their 4th points of contact and fix minions for Necro? Patch 2.12. It's already confirmed. You might have missed the hotfixes. I didn't make a video about it because sorry. Chad, there was really not much to make a video about. You might have seen the video from Rob that promises like a ginormous patch that fixes everything. It's not a ginormous patch. It's a bunch of bug fixes. There are meaningful bug fixes that do good things. But it's no ginormous patch. It's like, okay, like the Ring of Mandel is promised to get fixed. The Barbarian is promised to get fixed. So the bugs are promised to like be put out. It's all reasonable changes that we've all been waiting for. And that's great. That's PoE though. You don't drop any gear you can use. You trade 99% of your gear. I disagree. I play solo self-found in Path of Exile, so I find all the gear I use. Because I kind of dislike this notion that you don't actually find your own gear. You just, you know, you trade for it. But I prefer to find my own gear. I like that. Give me that ulti cooldown. Thank you very much. Because now I can... Source size is like truly something atrocious. Like I can just pull together half the room here, right? Oh, this is really good. Like the other classes always like have like a harder time getting like everyone gathered up, right? And you're just like, nah, soar, like whole room, please, everyone gather up here. Yep, like you see me here standing in the middle. That's it. This, yep. Like, please. Oh, you back there, please. Yep, you come too. Nah. Here's the action. Everyone in the middle. Come. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. We can do. I got more where this comes from. Okay, she's just stuck at a wall. Like, seriously, everyone gets pulled together and she's just stuck on a wall and can't get pulled in. Oh. They will have to nerf Earthquake after the chest fix. No, they don't. No, they don't have to nerf Earthquake. Why? Why can't Earthquake just be hilariously strong? Where's your problem? Where's the issue with things being strong? I feel like everyone is so obsessed with balance and like... So the problem is that Pit is our measuring stick, right? And since Pit creates a very unrealistic... skewed perspective of what's strong and what's bad, people are like, we need to nerf and balance this. No! Where's the hurt in having, like, strong builds? Only because me, Barbarian can do something better? That was the 14 billion. Finally, I've seen it. Like, only because Barb can do something a bit better than Wizard, Sword, whatever, and then like, let it be. Let it be strong. Bring the others up. You know? You have to stop like nerfing things and have to start bringing things back up. Blood Surge gotta be able to do equivalent damages. I mean, obviously fix the bugs. Don't get me wrong. Fix the bugs. Fix things that are bugged. But make things stronger, not weaker. I don't know. People are so obsessed with balance, and then they complain that the game ain't fun anymore, right? It's like, oh no, like things are unbalanced. Let's nerf all the fun builds because they are unbalanced. Oh man, like the game ain't fun anymore because I can, like, yeah. Shush, how did that happen? You know? Like, you shoot an arrow in your knee and you're like, damn, how did this happen? Like, how did this arrow get into my knee? I did not see that coming. Might just be alone with that stance, because if you're looking actually in the Diablo creator Discord, they're obsessed with balancing. Which is a bit of a problem. Like, I often say don't listen to creators. I mean, you can listen to creators, obviously, right? But it depends on what their agenda is. And a lot of the creators are just really like pit-centric. They don't care about anything in the game, anything else. Like, it's just about, like, we gotta balance everything for the pit, right? The pit. Like, the amount of times I hear the pit and everything. And no one keeps mentioning things like, how does the game feel? How's the progression of the game? How are you currently doing? Like, how's the power curve? Is this like feeling like, you know? Like the actual game that happens outside of the pit, because not everyone is living in the pit and pushing it. People are like doing Infernal Hordes, and they're doing like Hell Tides and that kind of stuff. Like they're doing reasonable things. Not everyone spends their 8-hour gaming day that they don't have, because no one has an 8-hour gaming day, by just like pushing the pit. Yeah, there's actually a good dozen druid builds that all function in tier 4. See, listen to Steve. Because Steve is amazing. Very hung druid. There is tons of builds that work in tier 4. Like our Spiritborn here. Works in tier 4, splendid. Not an insane pit pushing build though. But it works pretty good. Okay, let me upgrade this one to the next level. Let me upgrade these pants to the next level. Let me upgrade these gloves to the next level. Okay. That's more armor, more everything. We didn't, chest needed to get... Feeling more resilience, but I want the total armor. Oh, we only have one, only have one thingy left. I just see that. I need a amulet with like total armor percentage. That would be great. Okay, so we're like somewhat powerful, good enough. Do you try the Lunar Oracle event? That starts when? In 3 days? No, 8 days? 9 days? It hasn't started yet. So it hasn't started yet. It's also nothing special. I mean, it's like just get reputation, get skins, and done. But let's be fair. You're just gonna do what you anyways do. Like maybe push like 10 pits, and then you're gonna be done with the event. I mean, sure, if you want to speed run the skins to just have permanent new skins, but it's not like there is gameplay altering moments happening, right? There's everything is about to change. The only thing I probably want to do with a lunar event is just level up a character really fast. Like to check like how fast can I do it? Can I do a super speed run for the sake of it? By the way, right now we're not doing any buff watching. I'm just trying out what happens if I just spam my eagle ulti and just attack, right? So usually I do a bit buff watching more, especially when I traverse from pack to pack, where I make sure that I have my overpower when I then reach the respective pack. But I wanted to like just play a bit more without buff watching, and right focus on just spamming the eagle ulti, and that works too. I mean, there's nothing wrong with like doing the occasional buff watching here right now. Like pull them together, sort of get my ability the strongest. You don't also have to like overdo it, because the normal rabble I can kill with a normal ulti. Totally going to buff watch that one though. You're gonna play Kingdom Come 2, so I want to play Kingdom Come 2, but at the same time, I don't know what content to make for that game. So it's like I feel like Kingdom Come is a great gaming game, but there's no piece of content to make about it apart from a playthrough, and that's it. There's like no guides I want to make for Kingdom Come, if that makes sense. So yeah, not sure how much gaming time I can dictate towards that. Because instead of playing Kingdom Come, I could also just play more Path of Exile 2. But maybe I could treat it as a little vacation and just play some Kingdom Come for the channel to get a little bit of a reset from all the ARPGs. And then as there is the big patch coming in February, hopefully for Path of Exile, we would then have a reason to like deep dive Path of Exile again. So maybe that. Okay, now I cleared everything in this area, and it wasn't enough. Great. I love doing the pit. Feels so good, chat. When you get all of this done, and then you gotta like backtrack Jimothy, Jebediah, Dave, and Tim, because the game decided that you didn't like, you know, there's like that one pack of mobs hidden like there that will push you further. I haven't played volley this season, yeah, because I don't like volley. So that's the reason. It's not about better or not. I just don't enjoy the volley gameplay loop. I mean, right now, what do? I spam my basic attack here. Then I do my eagle, wait for a few seconds, activate gorilla for the ultimate crit, do my gorilla for the super hit. Then I keep spamming. That was a 2 billion. I love that. Prepare everything up again, right? Get my cooldowns ready. 21, 23, 24, ulti, bomb, and then nuke him again. So that's kind of like how I like to do it, right? I like to do these super crits. It's a bit of a slower pace build maybe in boss fights, but it just gives me joy to do. What can I say? Right now I just want to see like how big can I make the Seeker? Can I do it 100 billion? Is it possible? I mean, probably. I mean, Neil, whenever you feel ready. I think I'm good in tier 4 now. I definitely need a new amulet. Hey chat, does anyone, okay, I hate to ask this, but does anyone have a greater affix total armor amulet?
Use it well.
Does anyone? Because I can't find that. A GA what? Total armor. Because if I that is like the thing I need to push my armor further, because I need 6,000 armor or something, and without 6,000 armor I won't reach the maximum damage on my armor stacking, and then I can't do like all the damage I want to do with my eagle. So that's like the damage stack I kind of require. And as you notice, we're only sitting at 4,500 armor, which sounds like a lot. Like, I mean, this sounds like a lot, but it's just not. It's the problem, because 20% of, like, I only have 22% of that, and 20% of that is not 1,500. Now, an amulet is straight away with greater affix. No, so like I need the greater affix to be on the total armor, you know? So the greater affix needs to be the total armor, because then you get like 78%, 90% later. And that's required. Okay, pull things together. Hit them once. Nuke them hard. Oh, great. Like, two assassins appear out of nowhere that both just reduced. Like, that was great. I like, great. Spiritborn visuals are great looking. Yes. Spiritborn looks fantastic. It also still plays good. But I feel like they now need to work on the scaling. That's obvious. Blizzard also knows this, by the way, so don't worry, guys. Blizzard is aware that the Spiritborn scaling is off. Like that now, after fixing the bugs, Spiritborn might not be the power level that you would expect it to be. I think this is like also the anticipated power level feeling. That is very important, because no one in their right mind would say this season that Spiritborn is strong, even though Spiritborn is fairly balanced for the content that is there. It's just that the perceived strength is so extremely low, because Spiritborn used to be this absolutely unstopping calamity, and now he's like this absolutely stoppable calamity. Yeah. It just gets held up by a bunch of mobs. They're like, nah, sir. Like you kind of suck, so, like, sorry. Okay, let's, 1, 2, 3. Whoop. Oh, that was a nice one. I love to see it. Like, the actual cast of the eagle is a bit annoying, because you gotta wait for it, like, to attack and then descend, right? So it takes actually a second before you see the real damage that the eagle can do. But at the same time, it's like kind of this moment before, because it goes like, scree! And then scree! And then you finally see the real damage that it can actually deal. Kind of funny. Maybe I'm just weird, who knows? Good. Okay, and 1 and 2. It should be dead. I have a GA armor you can have, Fire. Can you link it? I don't even know how you link items on the chat. Was it shift left click? It was shift left click, right? Wouldn't even know how to do it on controller though. Okay, boss fight. I'll check it. Firestarter, give me a jiffy. Okay, now gorilla. Why do I have to activate the gorilla before doing the eagle? Because the gorilla increases my block chance. Okay, so I go 21 like eagle, then I increase my block chance to the maximum value, and that increases my crit by a lot. So then you get a guaranteed overpower crit that goes from like your 2,500 critical to 4,500 critical, and you're suddenly like going kazoom. Okay, what do we have? We have the total armor and the intelligence. We have the total armor and the see that one is perfect. If I might request that Firestarter, this one is perfect because I can use the total armor and then I can reroll the attack speed into percentage dex. I think that should help tons. That would be splendid to have. Just watch your 7 mechanics video is actually helpful. Well, thank you. What's up for beer? Type of the game, we're currently playing Diablo 4. What about Disobedience? I have Disobedience on. So we have the aspect of Disobedience and we play the aspect of Juggernaut too. Yeah, it's crazy that we have to play Disobedience and Juggernaut, but we have to. Like there's no other like possibility. Firestarter, what can I feasibly hand you for your services? 48 blood of Lord Zur. You know, on the ground. So you can get yourself better pans. There's Firestarter here. We need. Oh, you're a Sork. Why are you a Sork? Jesus Christ, your equipment is amazing. Oh, you did the Fireball Sork. Jesus, look at him, Chan. What the fuck? I love looking at people's equipment because it makes me feel inadequate, you know? I'm just like, I have like, my gear's not even 12 times masterworked on no character. You know, look at Firestarter. He's an absolute legend. Like, this is crazy. He does actually have his gear 12 times masterworked. I'm just like, nah, I don't have that. Thank you, Firestarter. That's very kind. So, like, look at this. Like, from the difference, this has already 72% armor, right? This has 73, and it's actually masterwork. So if we now put this one on, then we get to reroll the resistance, the intelligence into percentage dex. Thank you very much. But a higher percentage than that, if I even have the stats to do this. 11.8, great. .7, that's better. Okay. Then we get put Seeker on. It's gonna be harder. Seeker chart, okay. Now the question is, do I put on crit damage or do I put on more total armor? Because if I put on more total armor, then I can truly go like crazy, right? I mean, again, I have the 22% here right now. So I need roughly 6,000 armor times 0.22. Like, I need more than 6,000 armor, right? To get this base damage weapon damage increase up to 1,500. Lex, do I really want the crit damage? Because the crit damage is only 15% of the crit damage, but if my thing has more basic damage, it's better. So it might be opportune to actually temper the total armor as well. Pick up the blood again. He never took it. Wait, Firestarter, you never took the blood. How dare you? So that's the basic thought there. I'm not sure if the thought is correct. Like, there's probably some math to do, but like, right? Who likes doing that math? We'll just be like, sure, this is probably better. I'll just pretend. Okay, if I just get dodge chance, that's obviously sucks monkey balls. Okay, give me dodge chance. Give me dodge chance, please. Yeah, I want dodge chance as max life so badly. I don't want total armor. Total armor is for absolute stinkers. Are you gonna force me to use a tempo reset scroll that I don't have right now? So, oh, that's not true. I have one more. Great chat. This is amazing. This is exactly what I was looking for. Okay, yeah, give me more dodge chance. Total armor is totally overrated. Give me more maximum life. We love to see that. Jesus Christ, there's no total armor, chat. I'm stressed. I am stressed now. Neil, you need to invite me in your world, by the way, because Firestarter just like invited me into his world, and his world is like pingy. Okay, so the first masterwork needs to end up on the total armor, right? Ultimate. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the wrong total armor it landed on. So the first one needs to land on the total armor, Chad. As I said, the first one needs to land on the actual total armor, the big one. The big one. Pretty please. No, total armor. Thank you. Appreciate it. No, not Dex, like total armor. I don't need 6 Seeker charges. Really nice of you though. Like I appreciate it. No, like really not 6 Seeker charges. So it would be like really kind if you just land up on the. No, also not resistance. Like you have everything covered now. Could you just land on the total armor? It's not that hard. It's not that deep. It's possible. I swear on me, mom. Like seriously, do that one more time and we're like throwing hands. Holy Christ, I hate you. I didn't want money anyways, chat. Yeah, great. So, good. Fantastic. Like that's amazing. This is good. This is why I stopped Diablo, because of the stupid roads. I don't mind it that much because I don't care about perfection. Okay, so this is important. I don't care about perfection. I just want to have it in the first roll. As soon as I have the first roll, everything after that is bonus. Okay? Are the reset scrolls so rare this season? No, you just get them in the Infernal Hordes. I only have an 8er Infernal Horde Neil right now. So if you do the Infernal Hordes, you get some. It start. So if I would care for perfection, okay, listen, if I would care for perfection to get the triple greater affix, everything like perfectly masterworked, I would hate the game too. This is why I don't understand how people can actually grind the pit. Because in order to grind the pit, like the gameplay loop for grinding the pit is the most boring gameplay loop ever. Because you need to find the items, then you need to grind the masterwork until your dig falls off, and then you need to, like, you farm for 5 hours for a 10-minute crafting session, and in that 10-minute crafting session, you're praying to hit the right thing, and if it fails, you have to farm for another 8 hours for another 10-minute crafting session. And you're bored, you're pretty much bored for 8 hours to maybe get a dopamine hit in 10 minutes, but maybe that dopamine hit will also not happen because, let me check my notes, well, get wrecked, nerd. So yeah, like it's really like an exercise in futility at some point. That ain't it, if I'm honest with you. So that's why I don't push deeper into the pit. Like I don't mind the pit push in itself, but the perfection push is really not it. Because that gameplay loop does not give you enough dopamine hits. There's not enough to keep you emotionally engaged to keep doing that, right? It's just a pain in the bum. Okay, I gotta say, with 3 people doing the Infernal Hordes, my damage is definitely not keeping up. That's it, Chad. Like a triple people Infernal Horde is not doing it. Like, I mean, we get Neil and Velo, who are both barbarians. They can do that for me. It's not the problem. But you know, like, Upside farm is so fast this season. I totally agree, but it's still beyond the point that the actual loop is just scuffed in itself. You don't have to do anything of that to wreck Uber bosses. For normal tier 4 farm, you don't need to do any of this. But it's wrong that unless you're pushing pit 130, because it depends on how OP you're playing a build. Like if you play a reasonable build like my Spiritborn here, then things are looking a bit different than when you're just playing like the latest OP scam out there. Because then you obviously don't need any of this. Hello, Eagle. Masses, Spires, Rune. We're getting one of these tenor scam hordes, I'm pretty sure. Where do you farm up to site? Well, there's, depending on the strength of your build, easy and bad farms. If you have a very high mobility build, you can farm Infernal Hordes. Infernal Hordes. If you have a high mobility build, you can farm Nightmare Dungeons because you move fast through them. Right? Infernal Hordes is obviously always an option to get the tempo reset scrolls because they're amazing to have. When I myself have farmed some Nightmare Dungeons because I just didn't have the keys for the Infernal Hordes, that's definitely helpful. Like if you don't have Infernal Horde keys, to just say, you know what, Nightmare Dungeons might be it. But then only do Nahantu Nightmare Dungeons because the normal Nightmare Dungeons are a scam. Obviously, normal Nightmare Dungeons are a scam. Only Nahantu is the real deal. Which is better? Well, the one you have more fun with. Honestly, the Opticide per hour for Infernal Hordes and for Nightmare Dungeons is similar-ish. But if you're looking at the Bloodwave build, for example, Bloodwave sucks for Infernal Horde farming. It's just not good, and no one will tell you different. Now, considering that Bloodwave is bad for Infernal Horde farming, if you then don't want to make another build for Infernal Horde farming as a Necro, you're going to do Nightmare Dungeons. Simple. Yeah. For example, Infernal Hordes is really easy for the Druid because the Druid just throws on the Cataclysm and then keeps running in circle. But as good as the Druid is for Infernal Horde farming, it's actually better for Nightmare Dungeon farming because everything will die to one hit on screen and off screen. So you pretty much, with the Druid, will kill things before they even come close to you, before you even see them. And that allows you to then kill things and pick up the Opticide as you're walking over the things. Which actually makes it really good. What do you mean with Nightmare Dungeons? What I meant was Nahantu Nightmare Dungeons expansion, the green ones. The green ones are vastly better than the normal ones. Because the normal Nightmare Dungeons still have their goalposts to do, so gather ether, find the mechanical boxes and stuff like that. Whereas the Nahantu dungeons are just a run through. Nahantu's really just go through. Start and done. And that's the Nightmare Dungeons you want. You don't want any other Nightmare Dungeons. What? Butcher? Like, who wants to go through a Nightmare Dungeon and, like, fight the Animus Carriers and that kind of stuff? Nah. You just want to walk through and, like, kill monsters. Current gold cap is 99 billion. Has actually been 99 billion for a while. How good is Bone Spear this season? Bone Spear is strong, clunky to play. Half of the mechanics are bugged and broken. Yes. Half of the mechanics are working different than they should work. Once everything gets fixed about Bone Spear, it could be a potential 150 clearer as well. So if Bone Spear does all the damage it should do, there's a chance it could actually do pit 150. It is clunky though. And like, yeah. I mean, it's a bit the same with Bloodwave. Bloodwave is now not ultra clunky to play, but honestly, it's not smooth. Bloodwave is not a smooth, cool, fun build to play. It's just like, the only cool thing about it is like the billions of damage it deals easily, right? That's the cool part. But it's not like, wow, I'm like, you know, I'm having the time of my life playing this Bloodwave build right now. It's so amazing. Okay, what do we have here? Stalking Devil, Exalted Masses. Wow, these are all just terrible. Okay, Stalking Devil, cool. I mean, if we're expecting a scam horde, it's okay. The amount of packing makes it fun to you. That's the thing. If you don't want to struggle, if you just want to see big numbers go boom, then perfect, right? Absolute perfect. The Bloodwave build is exactly there for you to just have big numbers go boom and be fun. Imagine if minions were the best build this season. That would actually be sad in itself because the minion build concept is still flawed. And when you're playing minions, you're using the Blight core skill to give your minions 20% more damage. That's it. That's the excitement of your core skill, right? Don't get me wrong. It's good that we at least have something. But when I use a skill, I want to have a like cool impact. I want to have it have amazing impact, right? I want to feel good using the skill. And right now you're using your Blight and it's like, pew, 20% more damage. Pew, 20% more damage. Right? Nah. Like, you want to press your golem button and see explosion go boom. You want to press your Army of the Dead and see damage numbers go zoom. Those are great gameplay moments. Pressing a Blight button to get 20% bonus damage as your main core skill of the build. Yeah. Not so Gucci. In my personal humble opinion. So yeah, minions in itself needs so much more love, and that's why I'm saying we're not done with class reworks. We're like 2 years into the game, or in the second year of the game, and we're still not done with making basic class functionalities work. Have you tried Dance of Knives Explosives? I played Dance of Knives for leveling, super fun, and then I kicked it out because it stopped being fun. I think Dance of Knives is an amazing concept, but I really don't want to play it longer than leveling. There's just no joy there. Oh, finally Hellborn. Cool. Might actually not be worth it at this point, because we're wave 9, right? Wave 9 surely is not worth it for Hellborn. Okay, we get another point, and right now we need to put the points like everywhere into dexterity, because every point of dexterity is more crit damage, but I need to also use it for the actual crit damage. Glyphs. That's crit. So much dex I can like still tap into the long run. That one was strength, rage, whatever. That was gorilla. I think that one was the crit you're looking for. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Whee! Look, we're getting finally some ether. After all this struggle, ladies and gentlemen. Finally. There, +1 Hellborn when spawned. Okay, we're rich, boys. We're rich. 800 ink. What builds do you enjoy the most? Like the Barbarian was super fun this season, and the Rain of Arrows rogue was truly one of my favorites. Rain of Arrows is just so cool to make work. The whole concept of figuring it out, brilliant. Like, I generally had so much fun with so many builds this season. It's just like, obviously, like for the Necro, for example, sure, you could make a Blood Surge build, but who really wants to play a Blood Surge build? I mean, everyone that's playing Necro pretty much made themselves the Blood Wave build. Now they might be bored of the Blood Wave build, which is understandable. But still, like it's not like people are. Why would I play now the heavily inferior build just for the sake of playing a heavily inferior build? Monster is a good build for fun. Yeah, the sad part is that just half of the mechanics are not working. So I like, I never said it's not fun, right? It's more like that you know that it's actually not working. Half of the mechanics are not doing what they're supposed to do. It's a bit sad. I almost spent all my thingies in gold. Jeez. Mistakes were almost made. Did you do that, Velo? Did you just spend all your thing on gold? We have to talk. I saw Velo putting his hands there in the gold pod. You need a Poison Spiritborn build. Well, all the poison interactions with the Witch Powers just got torched, so I'm not sure if it's worth it to still make a Poison Spiritborn. I'm lagging. I couldn't react in time. That seems like an excuse there, Velo. It seems like he's making it up, chat. He's lying. Caught him red-handed with a hand in the cookie jar. Okay, what do I wanted to upgrade? Oh yeah. Remember, chat, we were still in the process of getting, like, here, the total armor up. The other total armor! So in case you missed this, we have reset this already. How many times now? 15 times, roughly? And we have still, thank you very much. What's that? Oh my lord, ladies and gentlemen, look at me, I am the chosen one. We're going places. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I've seen a few Ball of Lightning builds running around. They're not strong. Everyone was hoping for Ball of Lightning to be cracked out amazing, and you could play it and push pit 100 and then like shit on your enemies and be like, look at me, pew, 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 I'm so cool. It's not. I'm sorry. You're not cool. You're playing a terrible build, and your breath stinks. Kind of works, but it's not like, yay. Okay, killing faster. And next one is going to be Hellborn, okay? You dropped 2 mythics from Varshan in 10 runs, 5 in 50 runs. Well, you're hacking. I mean, I hate to tell you this, but you might have just accidentally logged into a boosted streamer account. Or you might have got an Elon Musk's account, I don't know. One of the two. My main is Quake Barb, alt is Kata Druid. 2 great choices. So we are sitting at 700% right now. Ooh, that's nice. Why do we get so much? Partially because we get more if we're surrounded by enemies. So for every enemy, our crit is going up. And if I then on top get our gorilla roll in, right? So I need to have tons of enemies around me and our gorilla roll in, because then we go like up to like dangerous percentages, and all these percentages are obviously updating my ego quite nicely. So like surrounded by enemies and like gorilla up, and then we go like okay, double exalted hordes, chat, 100% faster. We just don't have like, well, we don't have like anything to make faster. Like, it's technically my favorite start because it's so powerful, right? You get 100% fast events. Cool. That sounds great. But now you obviously need to get events that you want to have 100% faster, because what does 100% faster do for you when you have nothing? Like, right? When you have like no cool bonuses bonusing and no cool thingy stanging, then whatevs. With a Meteor Sword, the highest pit I've completed is 95, considering that my gear is not 12 out of 12 Zangigs and my runes are all level 46. I am very good. Because I've completed 95, and I know a Meteor Sword that had all his glyphs on 100 and can complete a 100, but I could do a 95 without that already. So I feel very good, and I think it should be possible to do the 100 with more grind. The problem is I just don't want to do that grind. Because for the grind now, to masterwork my gear, to find the right items and everything, just to get my sword up to do a pit 100, the effort is not worth the hassle. Right? Because in order to have fun in Torment 4, you just don't need to do pit 100. Does that make sense? Well, that's where I mostly just, you know, I put down the concept. I know what's possible, like how far the build can go. But I'm mostly not intrigued to like push that far myself because it just takes time. Like if someone then wishes to do that, be my guest. But you know what, like I just don't have the time to make 6 classes and then push them all that far. Right? I can make 6 classes with good class concepts and then we'll see how far the community gets. I mean, it's always fun to me because when I make a build, like last season, I did beat pit 110, and then some people in the community took the same build that I made and pushed just further than me. And that's not upsetting, that's amazing, because it just shows exactly what I'm saying, that the concept works. Right? Like, I know it works, else I wouldn't do it. Okay, Ether Fiends explode. Sure, totally. We got Lord and exploding Ether Fiends. Zombie, you'll find the witch powers in due time. Don't worry about that. Also, they're not that good. The only cool witch power truly is Pyronado, because it just helps to pull everything together for every class. I mean, right now I'm playing my Spiritborn and I have Vortex. I don't need Pyronado. And guess what? I'm still very happy about having it every single time. It's like, oh what? You get Pyronado? Let's go! Okay, wave 5 and 100 ether just definitely feels like not good, Chad. We get Pyronado, don't worry. When I truly just found all the altars without even trying. So I'm not even using the Draught of Whispers, Chad. Like, I was just playing the pit. I got no aura specialization. Yeah, aura specialization is pretty good. Not gonna lie. Not gonna pretend you don't want it, because you really do. You know what I need? I need the Witch Power for movement speed. What is the Witch Power for movement speed called? Here. Why do we need the Witch Power for movement speed? That's actually very simple and a good question, Chad. It is because we're currently playing this thingy that says your Eagle skills have increased damage by 9% of your movement speed. Now, that is not a lot, but like movement speed is something to get relatively easy up, so why would I not take that bonus damage? More damage is always good. Where do I find all the witch powers? You find them in dungeons randomly, and you can choose to drink the Draught of Whispers, the Draft of Whispers, but you don't have to. You could just play the pit. Keep in mind, though, that the witch powers are not necessarily on the main path. They could be everywhere, so they could be like more. They could be in one single nook, like very hidden away in a corner of the map. Like it's a bit weird because you would expect them to always be like on the main path, but they're not. How do you make Lacerate overpower every use? Is Lacerate a core skill? Because then you just need 275 ether. Okay, this is horrible. Why is this so horrible? Can these witch powers still appear when you open the portal to the pit boss? I mean, the witch power is determined if it is or it's not in the pit on the spawn of the pit. I'm not sure if it gets removed as soon as the portal opened to the pit boss. So, like, it's an interesting question. I don't know. As soon as the pit boss portal opens, does it just get removed straight away? That would be unfun. Really unfun. I'm playing Blade Dancer now. How do I max out my damage? Well, I didn't play Blade Dancer, so I don't know, sir. It's mostly glyphs, though. It's always glyphs. Glyphs are king. Okay, this is, well, Lords. Okay, chat. We got the ultimate thing now. So we have Ether Lords and Massa Spawn Lords, and then we get Hellfire, and we get 100% more for events. That's actually, like, we're gonna be drowning in Lords now, ladies and gentlemen. And drowning in Lords is only good if you have OP builds, because then with OP builds, you just straight up destroy them. That's really useful. Zen is unreliable. How dare you, Steve, to say that? Zen is the most unreliable thing in the game. But it's so much fun. Because you can make any skill go boom. It's just sad that Zen is like this universal skill go boom thingy. That makes me wonder if for this build I would be better off doing Quox instead of Zen. Because I'm doing a guaranteed critical strike overpower. But what if my ego would just use the Quox instead? For 100% bonus damage. Could that work too? The problem is that overpower is more than 100% damage, right? Overpower is so unreasonable. Because if you look at my damage right now, I do everything up to like 200 million, sometimes 400, 500 million, right? With my crits. Okay? So that's my standard damage. It's a lot, it's great, I like it. But if I get an overpower, I can do 10 billion and beyond. So we're going like from 50 million to 10 billion because of an overpower. Yeah, that's like the big, this is a big issue. Like you want to like try something else, but overpower is just so crazy. So even for a build that just wants to stack crit and has like no working together with anything else, like, yeah, yikes. We say, Ang, thank you for the 13 months of support. Ang, appreciate it. Great to have you there for such a long time already. Cheerio chat to all of you. I hope you had a great Carnival session start, because yesterday we officially were to our first Carnivals party with the children, chat. German Carnival starts early. Even though my wife and I were both like, we get invited to a children carnival, and we're like, nah. it's you know, it's Saturday, like we really want to chill, but at some point you just can't keep saying no when people invite you. You know, you gotta be social, and if it's for your children's sake. I'm usually the typical asocial person. I'd rather do something in the house, you know, because the housework never sleeps. But at least we had some carnival going on. I could dress up as a ginormous piggy. The classes are different, of course. I like that we have the option with Zen to make things critical strike overpower. I'm just sad that it feels somewhat mandatory. Like, my first thought with this build wasn't, how do I get the most crit possible, right? Because the most crit possible is obviously a nice thought. But that wasn't my first idea. The first idea was, how do I get as much crit as possible, and then how do I make it overpower? Wow, that's a 500 Ether Horde. That's bad. Is there any way to know if you've already used a Scroll of Restoration on an item? I mean, I guess you should remember. Don't be forgetty spaghetti. Okay, thank you, Neil and Velo. I'll take these off the side. Does Earthquake Barb do overpower damage? It can do overpower damage with the Hota and explosions. Lucky. But you're not relying on overpower damage, no. So thank you, Neil. Thank you, Velo, for your service. I just closed the game. Instead of, like, yeah, I just, bye, nerds. Instead of just leaving the party, I just ran. That was the plan. Easy. By the way, there's the Lunar Awakening. Starts on February the 4th. Which is really bad, right? Because you know what releases on February as well? The 4th, ladies and gentlemen. That is Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah. Checkmate, Blizzard. Big brain fart? Honestly, ginormous brain fart. I'd say we need to push our runes now a bit more. By the way, how are you liking my outfit, Chan? I went for the eagle look. The eagle lady. I think she looks pretty good. And we get ourselves another eagle skin. For our final screenshot. Look at the chest piece. Where is it? Here. This one. This usually comes in that color. And we had one more. Where is the other one I was looking for? The Fierce Hunter. Seeker together with... Where's the other? Here. See, that was the helmet, Chan. It was the helmet. Great look. How do you get energy back after Barrage from the Reign of Error build? That's really explained in the video, sir. Like, in case you haven't watched the video, like, there's literally, like, a whole section, like, the first 5 minutes is just explaining that. It's a combination of your rings having ultimate skill into resource cost restoration, and then the Beastfall boots depleting, and then the bow restoring. That all works hand in hand together to get you the most out of it. Okay, we got the amulet up, chat. Look at me. The best rolls. Okay, so we're sitting now at 5,500 armor. That's almost enough. Okay, let's see. How does a 70 feel now? 70. For now. Rodriguez, thank you very much for your Prime subscription and support. Rodriguez, hope you're doing very well, my friend. Okay, that's like... Oh great, these are amazing enemies that are just perfectly separated. Like I love these ladies because they never stick together. Okay, they all die, that's perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oop. You just stay under the umbrella. Right now, I kind of need to get like my cooldowning because that's like the issue here right now. Like I don't have a single eagle going on. Can I get all my eagles back quickly? Because usually we start this whole mess with like plenty of eagles, right? Now we don't have like a single eagle. Give me more eagles. Thank you very much. I'm just stacking them up. Thank you. That's all the eagles I wanted. Appreciate it. Good. We're gonna do 1 eagle, haha. Ulti up. 2 eagles, haha. Good. Pull them all together. Activate my dude. Eagle them. Perfect. Okay, so this is working really nicely. I feel like we're a bit more squishy than we have to be, but on the other hand, like knocking down the enemy kind of fixes that. 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, and you're all dead. Let me pull them all together. 1, 2, 3, hit, kill. Well, that was actually not the, well, it still worked. That was not how it should have gone down, but it still worked. Reasons unknown. 1, 2, 3, everything together. Great job. Good. I mean, 70 still feels nice. I think right now everything up to 80 would feel good, and then it would probably start feeling tedious. The problem is more or less what it took me like to even make like the 70 feel nice, correct? In comparison to what it takes like other builds. That has already been like a significant investment just to make it your 70 feel good. No, I'm okay with that. But it just puts it into perspective. Okay, let's get some of my cooldowns cooldowning. Thank you very much. Need a little bit more. Pull together. We get it all done. 1, 2, 3. Oh, then we do one more and kill him. That wasn't enough damage for you. What a shame. Oh, we need to do this. Into that and here. Again, gorilla first, gorilla last. So the combo is always vortex into gorilla and then ultimate, right? Because vortex gets it triggered, gorilla gets the crit up, and then we're gonna do more damage. Boom. That's almost half HP gone. We're gonna trigger it up again. Do the vortex. 1, 2, 3. Gorilla. And that. Ta-da! Ta-da! I mean, nothing crazy, right? But just very satisfying to play. What can I say? Just makes me happy. Not sure if I should even play the resilience stacking at this point. Right? Should I level the damage to Poison Glyph until I find Zan Rune for Kata Druid, then switch to Overpower? No. You, Hiram, can do the Overpower on your Druid without the Zan Rune and with the Druid skills. I mean, you have the Druid skill that tells you if you're in bear form that every 12 seconds you get an Overpower. And you can make your Cataclysm overpowered with that. So you can fully go for Overpower straight away. And the best way to get the Zan Glyph end of the day is just buy it. Sounds stupid, but it's really that. Let's try to get 2 ranks in Resilient. Thank you very much. That was easy. It was seriously easy and kind of illegal. Okay, we get all the armor up. We get the resistance up. What I wonder is, do I have enough resistance to kick things out? So we get, what, 53 too much, 40 too much, 3 too much, 18 too much. I'm hoping to kick these boots out, but right now I can't. Simple matter of fact, because I just can't. But I was hoping that this would give me enough resistance together with the chest piece to get enough resistance. I mean, if I had resistance to all elements on my boots, I could probably do it. Or is there any, like, resistance I could get from the trees here? I mean, there's lightning resistance waiting for you. You get movement speed and crit. We get vulnerable damage. We get more crit. That's damage reduction while moving. There's dodge chance. There's more life. There's armor Random maximum resource shebang bang. This is more all resistant. Not really. That's kind of sad. Okay, let's get the last glyph up. So that was a 70, Chan. How does a 75 feel? We're slowly pushing forward, right, to get a better feeling for how does this feel. I'm like not disappointed by the Seeker. I just wish they gave it better scaling, right? So I think the Seeker is great. And we love the Seeker as it is. I'm just sad by like the scaling blunder they did. Let's be fair, it's like should be vastly higher. Let's walk in. Oh, everyone together. And you're dead. I want to get... Wow, wow, they actually survived that. You should have never survived this, sir. Just saying, because it was so much damage. Hee hee. Okay, like, I don't like when the damage reduction mob just stands, like, on the maximum distance away. And it's just like, oh, listen, you should not, like, kill these guys with a one hit. Because it is I, the damage reducing guy. And I just stood like a kilometer away, but you know how it is. Sometimes you gotta take the L's. All together, pretty please. Thank you very much. Oh, shit. Oops. Fat fingered a few buttons, chat. While waiting for a cooldown. See, that 75, you're noticing that your billions of damage are suddenly not enough. Right? You're doing meaningful damage. It's still like the same amazing damage you've been dealing the whole time. But suddenly it's just not enough anymore. You gotta always high crit for the billions. One. Then we need more dudes. 2, 3. Thank you very much. All of these guys pulled together here. Oh, we don't... I was like, we are going to Seeker them again, and then I noticed we don't actually have the Seeker cooldown up. Unlucky. Okay, let's reduce the cooldown a bit on things. Pull them together. Okay, cooldowns are good. Get the rocket ship started. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you stood out of range, meanie. But like, I want the Seeker to have like a bit bigger range. That would be fantastic. Right? Just like a teensy weensy bitsy itsy. Not much. Just enough. I'm unwilling to do a underpowered Seeker, so let's do an overpowered Seeker. Because like you gotta annihilate that guy with a 7 billion at least. Or it's going to be a problem. Pull them together. Eagle. Everything activated. Pull it together. Pull it together again. Wait for 21, 22, 23, 24. Thank you very much. Oh, wow, it wasn't enough. Oh, would have guessed. Okay, run in the middle. Find the biggest pack. That wasn't billions, chat. That was only millions. Millions is not enough. It's like how you already need billions at this point. This is always beyond me. Right? Yeah, I'm sorry, but mere millions of damage is kind of weak. Do we need to kill him? No. Are we going to kill him? Yes. Thank you. Okay, that was a good clear here. I like that. Elite or Hellborn, what is better? Always Hellborn. There's a world where you can stack Elite onto Elite onto Elite onto Elite, but if you get the Hellborn stacking things in the Infernal Hordes, it will just always be better. Which is a sad part of the Infernal Hordes, that like there's just one thing that is superior over everything, and that's sadly just not how it should be. Like, it should be more diverse, there should be more options, but it's just literally like, you just choose that, because everything else is inferior to it. Oh, and if you don't choose that, you're an idiot. Frankly spoken. And no one wants to be an idiot, right? Oh no, my eagle just went straight past. That's really bad. Okay, let me. Good. Oh, I almost died there. It's like when we're not playing with Barrier. I wonder if it would truly be better to just play the gorilla punches, so I just have continuous Barrier, because that's the thing. That's what we would be doing. We would like sacrifice some cooldown reduction for more Barrier and maybe more damage overall, because if you have the if you have the gorilla punches, right? We'll just have Barrier 1, 2, 3. Oh, 700 million on the first. Oh, yeah. Look at that. 6 billion headshot. We did it. Woo! Okay, let's do one more. Then we're going to wait 21, 22, 23. Activate and hit him. Boom. Woo! So like two eagles and we just win. Eagle Gaming chat. So what's your opinion? What would you say, ladies and gentlemen? Would it be better if we play the Gorilla ulti for just permanent Barrier? Gorilla ulti. Gorilla attack. We could try it out how it feels. So what if we kick out the claws? And technically we could get more damage, but we don't need the more damage because our things are not meant to do damage. Let's see. Gorilla into Conceited. I don't have any like thing for Conceited. We do need the Vehement Brawler. We do need the Apogeic. You just don't have it. You don't have what it takes to use that one. Let me drink a potion, because that brings me up to 20,000 life. And we did a 75. Okay, let's do an 80, because pit 80 would be feeling good, I guess. I mean, what was that? That was in 6 minutes, correct? Because the boss fight, like, what I like about the build right now is that the boss fight feels good. Right, the boss fight is relatively quick. This is kind of like the situation I want to create, where I can just stand AFK on the opponents, and my hitting is just creating enough survival that I don't have to like worry about anything. Or we just need to create enough Barrier that I don't lose life, because if I start losing life, I also start losing Fortify. Alright. That's the main reason why we want to have the crushing hands, kind of. Okay, right now I'm just fully upped the whole time, right? Fully fortified, fully everything, fully buried. So that's definitely a boon. But I just attack slower, which is a problem. Because that slower attacking refills my eagle slower. I haven't at least been out of Fortify in life in a while. So I guess it's the more boring version, but the safer version. Oh, that was nice. Everything just died to that one. Yes, sometimes the more boring version is the version to play. Okay, sir. I don't appreciate you just teleporting out of this. Yeah. Snerd. Popter, by the way, thank you for your subscription. Futska as well. Appreciate both of you being here. Okay, what do you think, Chad? Does this look safer for you? Vastly, right? Because last round I was just popping potions like there's no tomorrow. And now we're that's 10 million almost. Cool. At 10 billion, sorry, not million. Yeah, I guess I have no choice because it's just like the safer one to really keep my fortify up the whole time. I was hoping we could avoid playing the gorilla because we've played like gorilla last season already, so I just wanted to not play it again. If that makes any sense to you? Now you want at least a little bit of mix and match happening. It's just way safer. And I wouldn't want to give you a build that's not like convenient to play. Right? That's the last thing you want. The build needs to be very smooth and good to play. You need to be undying because no one likes to be dying. We can turn a build into an undying calamity. Just doesn't feel good. Okay, sir, could you please, like, if you want to mingle and jingle, just come here. A little bit bingo and bongo. Here, get the lads together. Nuke him with a little. Yeah, thank you very much. We need more damage output though, because like it needs to be that if you do the overpowered crit, you want to win. That makes sense. Like I don't want to not win with the overpowered crit. Like if I do it, like it needs to kavam them. Otherwise, the it's being 21, 22, 23, and 24. Seem like that needs to happen. Like if you get the combo off, combo needs to be amazing. That together. Pull him one more time. Fear him. Kill him. Okay, we got them all together. Use one ulti, Pokemon. Pull them together. Use two ulti. Ooh. Okay, those dudes actually survived. That's unlucky. Circle him. Bash him. Oh, I don't like. I was waiting for my eagle to be up, and I noticed my eagle wasn't up. But now it's up. Huh, it was only 1 billion. Unlucky. 1 billion is not enough billion. Let's stack some ultis back up. It's like the bane of the builds, like just get the ultis stacked back up. Okay, we got it. Pull, pull, do, boom. Good. See, that's what I wanted to do. Nice, and now let's retain our barrier, pull them together, activate the gorilla, get the ulti up, and boom. Thank you. So we're now with 7 minutes in, resurrected malice. We're gonna do one ulti, gorilla, second ulti. Third ulti. Gorilla next ulti. Always, right? The HP gain is, by the way, crazy from this. Gorilla next ulti. Would be better if I could get ulti. Then we need to wait for 4 seconds. Activate the gorilla. That was such a weak ulti. I am not really happy about that. Yep. That didn't even hit for 1 billion, right? Kind of like, what was that? I'm using my gorilla off cycle. It's really bad right now. Because again, you want to have the gorilla in the fight. Okay, let's keep the ulti for this. I'm gonna do ulti, gorilla, ulti. Now that's what I'm talking about. Then we're gonna do ulti, gorilla, ulti, and actually get ready for the next ulti, into pull, into ulti, into gorilla, into ulti. Oh, I was hoping that would hit for more billion right now. Okay, let's reset the cooldown of everything. Pull it all together for more damage. Gorilla, ulti. Okay, this is way more relaxed though. I'm not like actually looking at what's happening. I'm just looking at my buffs right now. Okay, in case you wonder, I'm just really looking at the buff and that's it. They took fast action on buffs. Bugs. I think they, like, this season, they have been the fastest ever cracking down on things that are overtuned and things, and that's amazing. Do you still play PoE 2? Yes, sir. We will play more PoE 2. Don't worry about that. But we are waiting for the next meaningful patch. I mean, don't get me wrong, but what you see current PoE 2 players playing, they're just banging their head against maps over and over and over again, and they're talking to their community, and that's great to see. But if I'm honest with you, I haven't seen a single stream in PoE 2 with actual interesting gameplay. Apart from people that are still actually leveling stuff, they're trying out new starters. They're bringing down, you know, intriguing basic things. But yeah, it's mostly rather boring. Wouldn't it be nice if the game had more mechanics to play instead of nuking bosses? Well, I mean, wouldn't it be nice if any ARPG had more gameplay than that? But all ARPGs is just senseless nuking of bosses most of the time. I'm honest with you. Nah, I don't want to. I want the Hex of Flames. Cool. Next Eldritch power upgraded. We're the chosen one. Okay, almost get that. What games need, what any game needs, is a big fat carrot while you're doing things. Right? And that is something that is truly missing in Diablo right now. I was thinking about actually making a video on that. Like, where's the carrot? Because we have the stick, right? So we get a big stick. Stick is always great. But where's the carrot? Why are we sticking, you know? What am I doing this for? I mean, right now I'm just doing this to see if the build works. So this is why I am doing it, right? I am doing this as a proof of concept to see if I can make a build work. If I can have a build exist in Torment 4. And right now the carrot is Torment 4 and making builds exist in Torment 4. That's like the only carrot you have. You have no other carrot. And like actually pushing deeper into the pit is surprisingly not a carrot. Or the carrot is not big enough, I guess. Because, don't get me wrong, as much as we all like to dive deeper into the pit, but that is not a very enticing carrot to try to chase down. It's actually a very boring carrot to chase down. I am very honest with you. Now, everyone obviously finds their own entertainment in games, but I, like, you know, matter of fact, isn't stays that our carrot is right now kind of moldy and not really good looking. And I'm not a fan of moldy carrots. I prefer like a nice shiny turd to actually eat, you know? But our turd is also not nice and shiny right now. It's actually kind of stinky poopy. So we're looking for that turd. That is very cool. That's the real thing that's missing. That kind of makes it all worth it. And we used to have like a shiny turd. And the shiny turd was called Uber Lilith. But sadly she's now a joke. And more like a snack that you devour along the way. But definitely not some gamer dream to chase down. Good. Oh, hello, Dame Jimothy, Jebediah, Francis, and you're all dead. That was an odd conversation to drop in on. But it's the standard conversation about Diablo. What do we need, right? What is it the game should thrive for? And people just start throwing the word endgame. But what do you mean by that? What do you mean by endgame? Endgame is a lot of things, and I'm gonna be honest with you, again, the endgame in Diablo 4, in my eyes, is vastly superior to what PoE 2 has to offer. Now you're gonna be outrageous and like, what the fuck? How can you say this? But it's more about the actual endgame loop of gaining power, of getting stronger, right? The thing you do in the endgame of improving your character. And that is pretty well done in Diablo. It's just that we have no reason to get stronger. And that's what Path of Exile then does better again. Path of Exile has a real reason to get stronger. Because you're hunting down the Arbiter of Ash. You're hunting down the Citadels. And that kind of stuff. So the biggest difference is that Path of Exile gives you a reason to exist. And Diablo gives you a way to be like the strongest amazing dude in the room. Only that you just have no reason why you're stronger. You know, like, do you remember the Abattoir of Zur? The Abattoir of Zur was fun, but very limited in scope and scale because only a few selected builds could actually enjoy the Abattoir of Zur, if that makes sense. You might have never noticed that issue because you were playing one of the builds that could work in Abattoir of Zur, but the Abattoir itself was really limited due to the fact that if you were not playing a certain way as a Necro, for example, you couldn't do anything in that Abattoir. Like there was like you were like playing that one build or bust. So I know a lot of people like the abattoir, and that's cool. And I did enjoy the triple boss fight actually, like against the three guys. That was kind of cool. And I kind of would like to see the abattoir return in the current difficulty setting. So right now with the Torment 4 and the way how enemy scaling works, could the abattoir now be better? Right? Yeah, they need to add something to make us want to push it. I mean, not really pushing it, but something to get there. Right? Like we need a pinnacle fight. And I think pinnacle fight is just the best way to say it. Right? We need a pinnacle fight. An actual difficult pinnacle fight. Where even as a casual player, you might take a time until you beat it. An actual farm. PoE's death penalty is a deal breaker for me, Fen. There's a reason why I stopped playing after level 85, Fen. Because yeah, you're just bored. But Fen, I think a lot of people are making a mistake in Path of Exile. Come closer. Why is the death penalty not a problem? And the thing is, let's say you want to do a boss fight, okay? Before doing the boss fight, you would level up. And then you do the boss fight. Because a death penalty doesn't matter when you have no XP to lose. Because if I'm now 246 Paragon points and a death would steal XP away from me, well, I mean, like, you know, if you're at that level and you can't lose XP, what then? Right? Well, that's good. So, what's next? We need to... yeah, we wanted to push the last glyph, so we just see how powerful we are with all the glyphs. Because I want to get all the glyphs up quickly, 246. And then I want to see how quick I can kill, like the torment bosses and things, just to have some fun. Pull them together. Full team. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pull them together. See, like when a billion is enough to kill everyone, that's fine. But when like later 10 billion is enough to kill everyone, that kind of like gets somewhere. So I can understand why people don't want to push the pit at some point. Because you get your build up to do like cool amounts of damage, right? You get your build to destroy everything in Torment 4, which is a great feeling. And then you're actually playing the pit and you'll notice that, you know what? I might be doing billions of damage, but for some reason that is not enough. You know? Your billion is suddenly worth nothing anymore. You know what? That can't feel bad. Understandable bad. Guess you just did all of this for what? You know? For what? To just not feel strong? Oh, we lost all. 1, 2, 3. And Dunzo. I want to fight that. Oh yeah, not, see like this, all of this. I'd be okay with fighting all of you. Come together, nerds. And then come together again. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna pull them all together. We're gonna get our cooldowns down. We're gonna just hit him. Fear him. Do it again. Cooldown reduction. Gorilla up. Kill. Thank you very much. After Adam left, well, I met Adam in person, so in case you missed it, guys, the elite class designer got left. We don't know what actually happened to him, if it was a voluntary leave or not. The big question is, like, as much as I liked Adam as a person, right? How much has he been really doing? You know? How much has it been a driving force or not driving force? I mean, you see the talk in campfire chats and so on, but you don't know what's going on in the office. Maybe Adam hasn't been as helpful as he seemed to be, right? Maybe he hasn't been a good team player. He's been holding back the team, right? What do we know really of that in the long run? And is the new person better or worse? Because that's the biggest issue, right? At least we knew what Adam was doing, kinda, or what he was not doing. But is the new person gonna be better? Is there even a new person, right? That's the main question, because that's what determines, like, success or not. Is there even a new Adam coming? Or did they just, like, you know, throw him out, and now, like, they have, like, 3 other people compensate for Adam being gone? I was like, do they have the intern do the stuff now? I mean, there has been longest time the assumption that there was never a real necro class designer. because the whole necro class concept seemed to be made by an intern. And I know that's kind of unfair maybe towards the necro class designer, but I'm very sorry when the necro class design seemed like an intern made it. Like, it's not my fault when it just seems like that, because the whole concept seems kind of shoddy and not well thought out. And the assumption that maybe, you know, you just choose to take an intern instead of, you know, someone with years and years of experience. Then again, maybe someone with years and years of experience just made it bad. Would be nice to hear some kind of roadmap for Diablo 4. I cannot tell you much about it. What I can tell you is that I asked about it. So I cannot tell you if we're getting a roadmap, but I definitely poked the devs. I wrote to Adam directly. I wrote it in the partner Discord. Could we have anything, any kind of life sign? The problem is, if I get a roadmap, I might not be able to tell you. So I definitely poked. I was like, please, please, please. This would be the best thing to give right now, because that's what we need, kinda, right? Everyone would like to have a roadmap. Everyone would like to know where Diablo 4 is going. What's the plan for 2025? My main thing I would like to know right now is, so if we're looking for a... So Diablo 4 2025 roadmap, right? Is there an expansion? Paid. New class? Paid. Right? Obviously. Do we get more reworks? More actual endgame? And when I say endgame, I mean pinnacle content. Okay, so pinnacle, is that how you write pinnacle, or do you write it with 2 N's? Because I don't want endgame content. I want pinnacle content. Because again, we have a lot of endgame content. Because this is wrong. We don't need endgame. Right? We have endgame. We need pinnacle content. We need... The word is from PoE2, I know, but it's just so fitting. We need something that stands above the endgame. Because Endgame in Diablo 4 is the game. In Path of Exile, your campaign is the game, and then you have Endgame pinnacle content. But we need actual, like, we need content above Endgame. The thing that the Endgame works into. Right? Pinnacle content. And that could be anything, right? That could be hard boss fights. Right? I say hard. Could be hard boss fights. Could be some kind of hell mode. Right? More roguelike content. Infernal Hordes. Something in that direction, right? Then obviously Infernal Horde rework. Rework edition, because Infernal Hordes is right now, again, the best product. Yeah, we need new Horde mode. There will never be pinnacle content, but it would be great. I mean, it's not even hard to see. My whole point is that it wouldn't even be hard to add some kind of pinnacle content. I'm all in for reworks, quality of life first, yeah, but that's what we have been doing. We haven't actually been getting anything meaningful but the campaign was also rework. Also, I do not know why what loot filters would do for the game. You do not get the amount of loot that requires a loot filter. Diablo 4 has something called a loot filter, and do you know what it is? It's ancestral items. Ancestral items are Diablo 4's loot filter. Because in the end game, you're picking nothing else but ancestral items. I mean, like, I don't know if you're still picking up legendaries as soon as you get level 60, but you actually only pick up ancestrals, and you're not getting so many that you need to filter that out. And the actual legendaries you need to pick up to have crafting materials, so I genuinely don't understand the want for a loot filter. Because it wouldn't do anything for you in this game. I wanted to use my ulti, and I didn't. Because I'm a bot. But yeah, like, coming back to the pinnacle content, like, just make actual hard boss fight at the end that we could work towards to. Give the Infernal Hordes multiple levels. Allow us to corrupt, or to take the Path of Exile terms, juice up existing content, right? Why can I not, if I want to, make a uber boss fight into a 20 times harder boss fight, for me, personally, with better loot? Would that be crazy pinnacle content? No, but it would at least be something. You know, why can I not fight Super Duper Duriel, who does have actual mechanics that would be threatening, even for someone who clears pit 120 or 100, right? A Duriel that does actually do damage that I could lose against. But obviously I would have to, like, it has to be optional. It cannot be mandatory. That's why it's pinnacle content, right? For the people that then so wish to do it. Why can I not do an Infernal Horde with 20 waves? That has 3 boss fights. Yes, you heard right, Sean. I mean, in order for that to be interesting, though, the Infernal Hordes would have to have actual boons and banes that are interesting to fight with, because right now the boons and banes are just not interesting. But see, that's just like simple ideas, right? These are just things that you just cook up in a few seconds. So we're not a team, right? We're not smart people. We don't do this for a living. This is not what we're getting paid for. We're just sitting here in a stream and we're just spitballing ideas off each other. But this would already be better than nothing in the game, right? Give me an item that I get for finishing this seasonal journey, or let's say I beat a Infernal Horde 10 waves, and I get an item that I could juice up my Infernal Hordes with. I kill 5 Duriels, And after killing 5 Duriels, I get a mini statue of Duriel that I can shove up his ass. And then he suddenly is level Torment 16 and does like 20 times the damage he does. And if I'm not dodging his mechanics, I die. You know, Duriel has mechanics, you know. He goes forward, he rains down the things, he spits out the ball, he summons his dudes. And you know what? If I'm not doing these mechanics, I would die. Because these bosses do actually have mechanics, you just don't care for him. You had to care for them when they were level 200 back in the days. Obviously, at some point, you'll then still have an OP build that also kills Pinnacle Duriel. That will always happen. Still, there would be some kind of chase or grind. Now, again, these are just like random weirdo spitballing ideas at the wall that could or could not be turning out to be something fun and interesting. But this is stuff I personally would like to see. At least something in the direction of. Right? I think that would be cool. It's the same mechanic each fight, though, so once you learn the sequence, it's pretty much over with. Well, Devin, that's for every Pinnacle content. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. It's still an ARPGs. ARPGs are frigging simple games, right? At the end of the day, wait, 39, 41, 43, 45. That's the problem with any game like this. You're not going to have a different thing in Path of Exile, right? Path of Exile 2. Once you figure out how the hard bosses work. That's that. Why do you challenge yourself? Well, more loot, running out of RAM. I mean, if I do an uber, like if I kill 5 Duriels or 10 Duriels and I get a super Duriel statue, shove it off his butt, and then I kill him, I get a guaranteed Resplendent Spark. Or I get a guaranteed mythic. I don't care. Give me 5 Resplendent Sparks. I mean, you'll always reach the point when you killed the boss once, and then you're gonna. But at least it's something to equip for. The whole point of Pinnacle content is not to give you something you can do 500. Okay, so I think this is the misunderstanding, right? The goal of Pinnacle content is not to give you something to do 400 times in a row, unless you really want to, but to make the grind worth it, too. Why are you grinding in Path of Exile? You're grinding to maybe beat the Arbiter. And again, we're grinding just for we're grinding for grinding. Right now we're grinding for grinding because that's what we do. So I would have to do a 77, 40 levels higher, 2 times upgrading. So I would have to do a 83. Yeah. Hold up. That makes sense, I think. Because when we're 40 higher and we get 2 upgrades, then we get 2 times plus 3. Now, I just don't know if we can actually do this, by the way. Chat, I don't know if we can do this. Because this is the point where, like, my billions of damage suddenly are just not billioning enough. You notice that when you do a billion, it's just not worth anything. So we're like on this dude. We cleared the 80 already, but now I just get this cool bird that does a lot of damage. And it's just like, so cool bird that does a lot of damage. You're surprisingly not doing cool damage enough. So that was like 7 billion and then we finally killed them, right? Kagran, you can grind currency in PoE to buy yourself gear and then get more currency to grind faster. Well, in Diablo, you get yourself gold to buy yourself gear in the trade, and then you get gear that you sell for gold to buy yourself gear. I mean, like, call it currency, call it gold, it's the same loop. It's not like that you can't do that in Diablo. I could just do any kind of content to get gear to sell in the market, to get myself better gear. So that loop is exactly the same. And as I said, personally, I find Diablo has actually a better endgame loop than Path of Exile, because if I need my cool, unique items to make my builds better, I can just farm these at specific bosses. I don't have to find them in trade, because I had to farm currency to go into trade, to randomly blast maps, to just get currency, to then in trade, you know, use that currency. I can actually farm the items I want. Now again, that's what I personally enjoy more, because I know where to get the stuff that I want. Yeah, you know, Pit 83 just feels very harsh. I'll set it. I mean, it's not like that I'm not getting it done. I will, but it's gonna take me time. I mean, simple at this point. You get like, Diablo is not less early access than Path of Exile 2. We might be 2 years old with Diablo, but let's be fair. If I would have to give Diablo a stage, I would call this an early access game, because we're very much in development. I mean, like, the expansion completely remade Diablo from the ground up, right? I mean, we have a complete new level system. We have a complete new difficulty system. You might as well just call Diablo early access at this point. Early access with a bit more learnings, but I mean, let's be real. We're very much early access. It's going to be interesting to see what the game has. So, see, like, as we said in this document, we need a lot of things. We need a lot of answers. And I obviously, you know what we would like to have? Not just a campfire chat where they talk about the next season. Hey, imagine Blizzard making an open letter like Jonathan did. Right? Where they talk about, like, the current struggles and things Diablo is facing, and what they're planning to do to right the ship, and what their ideas and visions are for the game. Hey, that would be going a long way, right? Diablo 4 is hopeless. The devs don't know how to make an ARPG game. I heavily disagree, because otherwise not millions of people would have bought the game and hundreds of thousands of players are still playing the game. I mean, I don't know how many people are playing the game throughout all the platforms. Well, you only can see the Steam player base, but I would reckon there is more than enough. Certainly not less than the 100k concurrent that Path of Exile has. But sadly, we don't have the numbers. So it's a bit, you know, a ridiculous statement to say that. You might not like Diablo, but there's hundreds of thousands of people out there that like the game. Yet, though, a bit more transparency from Blizzard wouldn't hurt. I just don't think we'll ever get that. Right? I really don't think we'll ever get the open level of communication on a company level. Not like we as creators, we obviously know a little bit more what's going on behind the scenes. Also not much more, a little bit more, okay? We might get some information earlier than you guys. But also as the creators, we're not having an open level, like we're not in the back end having a level of communication that GGG is showing right now. That would be nice to see. I mean, yeah. Because it's really cool to have a company talk about their own struggles and what they're fighting with, right? Where the problems are lying, what their main points of focus are, what they're currently working on. 21 on Steam right now and 178 on PoE2. Yes, Emosh, that's what we said. I mean, you do know that, like, I guess 80% of all Blizzard players are in Battle.net, right? That's the whole point. And I don't know how many that are. It's the whole thing. The player numbers aside, right? Blizzard will never be open. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't know what would be needed. Like, I guess the problem with Blizzard being open is ROD. Hey, chat, you know, like, you can't blame the devs. You know who I have to blame? The general manager of Diablo. I mean, like, sorry, ROD, but Diablo-like? PR disaster? Well, there's the biggest joke in 2024. Making a tweet of, can we call games Diablo-likes? Yeah, fuck you, Rod. Honestly, I'll say that wholeheartedly. What was that? I mean, like, I'm a low-B creator who's, like, working for himself, and I know that was a PR blunder, right? I know that was just the dumbest thing to tweet. And I say that as a Diablo partner, and I don't really feel bad about that. Because seriously, sir, you did single-handedly more damage to your own franchise than any creator could have done, right? Like any Diablo partner could, I don't know, suddenly stream naked, and it wouldn't be as stupid as making that tweet, right? I'll put a Diablo banner over my nipples and sit here naked, and that would be fine. That would be okay. But making a Diablo-like tweet after Path of Exile just shot you down with their announcement and the way how they conduct their whole company. God damn it, Rod. I mean, seriously, you're the general manager of a whole franchise and you're working at a global AAA title. Do you not have any social media training? Right? Do you not have do you not have anyone that double reads what you're about to tweet? Are you stupid? I don't think he meant anything by it. It doesn't matter what he meant by it. I mean, you know, Elon Musk also didn't want to do a Nazi salute. Maybe. You know, it sure as hell still looks like it. Sinistar. So it doesn't matter what Rob meant by it. It just looks fucking bad. It just looks stupid. Has nothing to do with overreacting. It's just a goddamn stupid thing to say. And to post. Especially when your game was in the dumpster at that very moment. Because it was in the seasonal not happenings. I wonder if the tweet is still up, though. That would be interesting. No, I'm definitely not going through his profile because I'm way too lazy to do that. But I would like to know if the tweet is actually still up or if he had to delete it. Right? Okay, let's see. How much damage are we gonna deal to this? Yeah, that's the one. When your 3 billion is like enough on a pit 70 to like clear the pit 70. We need more cooldown reduction. I still want like core skills on my ulti, and then we're gonna do gorilla ulti. Why so many ultis in a row? Because every consecutive ulti gives you more damage, because of the aspect of apogeic furor. So you still want to like chain ultis to a degree, to then just have the ulti that you're obviously like having overpowered critical striking, to be then a overpowered critical struck, apogeic furor super boosted ulti to take out your opponent. Oh shit, I would probably die if I just stand there AFK. Yeah, I knew that one could end up bad if I just completely ignore him. Okay, one. Get some more barium. Oh, do that. Do this. We at least have to flee from Elias, I guess. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Have this go up. Yeah, so pit 83 I wouldn't want to do right now. Like, it's possible to do, don't get me wrong, right? But this is not, like, really fluent. And this is probably my first actual tier 4 build so far. So Seeker is somewhat disappointing in the grand scheme of things, but I'm fine with that because I just like Seeker. Okay. Pull everyone together. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. There are too many things. Okay, the wisest decision was, though, to swap over to our... the gorilla. So that certainly improved the build. There's no question about that. But this is not convincing, right, chat? In a day and age of our good old necros and such. Oh, pull them together. Get that up. Cooldown reduction. Gorilla, hit him. One, two, three, boom. Next. Another eagle. Oh no, chat, we have 40 seconds. 40 seconds, I repeat. We need to tighten the ship. We need to tighten the ship. Huh. Oh no, I missed the ulti. Too many things happening. We got this. Okay, gorilla. Super kill. No, we just need to hit that 10 billion. But even if we hit that 10 billion, it's just actually not enough, which is the sad part. Like, even if you would have hit that big 10 billion hit, like, it's like, that was a 4 billion, right? So, but like, it actually didn't do anything. That's the issue. The cool 10 billion hit is like a mere scratch on your enemy. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Boop. Oops, we did the wrong attack. You're fighting for so long that you just stop doing the right rotations. Just let me check my notes. You've been just fighting for too long. Right? Oh. Gorilla. I'm winning, chat. I'm winning. I'm the chosen one. Pit 83 clear. It's funny because we could clear pit 80, right? But a pit 83 is not happening. I mean, look at that scaling, chat. You have a slight issue with Rain of Arrows. Maybe someone here has the same issue, but Rain of Arrows won't go below 10.25 seconds no matter what you masterwork, Alex. 2 more ranks. So, Alex, in order to get the Rain of Arrows below, and let me just show you. You have here the Rain of Arrows rogue, okay? You have 10.25 seconds. Then you're walking out and you use your Rain of Arrows and suddenly you're at 9.5 seconds. Why is that? Why is that? Because of the ultimate skill aspect, right? The Vehement Brawler. And the Vehement Brawler just gets you there. So that's it. Double B, by the way, thank you for the 14 months of support. Double B appreciated. Very good to see you there. Very good to have you with us. Hope you're doing great. Okay, well, I guess with the Spiritborn, pit 80 is right now the maximum I can do. That's kind of sad. It doesn't really feel very monumental. You would probably have to go for some other weird-ass build. So, Modern, we're doing very good. I feel splendid. I mean, Diablo 4 is still giving me joy. The only issue with Diablo 4 is right now that we're kind of at the end of content. I mean, if you look at what we did so far, so let's check this season out. So we have done this is the start of the season. So before the season even started, we did a Necromancer build. Then we have level guide, a loot update, how the season works, witchcraft powers, blood wave, Druid, State of Diablo, which was very important to make. Barb, Paragon Guide, Rogue, patch news on Adam leaving. Then we got Sorg, mechanics, tier list. And technically I have a Spiritborn guide and that's it. Right? Now what I could do is technically to extend content. Like if I really want to beat a dead horse, because I mean we all love beating dead horse. You could go and keep playing the Necromancer and try to hit 1 trillion. But would that make an interesting video? Where it says, yay, I hit 1 trillion. Now it's there. Like, so it's like, it's the same build, Chad. Better gear. And now I hit for 1 billion. Or 1 trillion. Right? So obviously, there's still different builds to be made, right? So we could still make a Blood Surge build. We could actually sit down to make the Blood Spear build. So that's possible. You could sit down and we could make the Blood Spear. Even though I don't like the Blood Spear, even though there's tons of things that are bugged about it, right? That's the problem. The Blood Spear is heavily bugged. So yeah. And the other classes don't really have builds to make that much. Last season was kind of fun. There was every day a factor for the Spiritborn. Yeah, but also no. You know? Like, was it really that there always was a new factor? There was just literally a new bug discovered after new bug. Obviously, new releases are fun because they bring down new things. But yes, from Spiritborn, we had a video that was doing this much damage, and then the new bug, and then the different bug. Hello?
I'm dead. I didn't hit him by ich bin bisschen Papa und küssen darf.
Okay.
Ich muss verfliegen. Auf den Dachboden.
Und die soll ich dir jetzt runterholen. Werde ich aber nicht machen. Ich werde dir jetzt keine Kissen vom Dachboden.
Kann ich auch.
Ich weiß. Was ist denn mit der grünen Decke und diesen... Ah. Was dick ist. Das können wir dir jetzt aber nicht runter. Okay. Kannst du nicht schlafen? Dann musst du ein anderes Spiel spielen. Was denn mit der roten Matte als Bett? Ja, das kann ich dir jetzt nicht holen, Schatz. Okay. Kannst du nicht spielen? Seid ihr gleich bestimmt fertig bei den nächsten anderes Spiel, okay? Schatz, du musst ja arbeiten. Kann nicht auf den Dachboden gehen. Ich glaube, das hat die Mama dir auch gesagt, oder? Ja. Der Papa hat auch Nein gesagt. Haben beide Nein gesagt. Okay? Ja, vielleicht solltest du der Mama mal helfen, Schatz. Ja, Schatz. Ja? An der Maus nicht zum Dachboden. See, the tiny half wanted to have something from the, I think the word is attic, but I never know if it's attic or not. It's the space under your roof where stuff is stored. Is that your attic? Yeah, okay, so she wanted something from there, but it was unreasonable that she wants it. It's not like that she's being denied fun, but it's like no. I did not plan to climb into the attic today. Not for that, honey. And she was very sad because mom said no. So she obviously went to ask dad what dad thinks, but dad said also no. So what do you do then when both parents say no? You obviously think that life's unfair and everyone sucks. Which I can understand because, you know, like, it kind of feels like that. Unfair treatment. Ask grandma. No, grandma has no sway here. Because grandma then asks me if it's okay. Because grandma knows if, like, that she's not allowed to break our ruling. And she actually listens, chat. I know it's crazy. Imagine grandma actually not trying to secretly overrule you and creating family drama. Gasp. I think grandma would overrule my wife, but she wouldn't overrule me because she knows that I will be mad at her. And I'm mean. I'm then just gonna restrict her access to grandchildren. And her own daughter wouldn't do that, but I would. Because I'm mean. So I will not be overruled. A room or space directly under the roof or house. Yeah, but I have a problem with attic because in Germany, so the word attic is so short, right? And it doesn't have the roof, it doesn't have the word roof or space in it. But the German word for attic is Dachboden, which means the floor roof. The roof floor. Sorry, the roof floor. So it's the floor of the roof. You know, the Dachboden. That's our attic. And that's why attic doesn't make sense for me, because well, where in the word attic do you have roof and space and like there's words missing, you know? It's just a word. But it's not a descriptive word, at least non-German style descriptive. In British English, a loft is accessed via a ladder, and attic is accessed via a staircase. But it's the same, I guess. God damn it, English. Don't be Englishing me too much. You can have both, one for storage, one for living. So a loft would be for living and an attic for storage, or the other way around? See, that's why we just called it Dachboden in Germany, and it doesn't matter. It can also, like, the Dachboden can also, like, the Dachboden can be a whole separate living space too, right? The Dachboden can be your third floor, but it's still that thing under your roof where things go or not, and the things could be people. Lofts for living, attics for storage. Okay. Today we learned that English doesn't make sense. See, when English people try to make fun of you for not knowing something, obviously not you, Chad, but YouTube comments, and you're just like, it's not my fault that your language does not make sense. I'm sorry. How are you supposed to know as a non-native speaker? It's not my fault that this doesn't all add up. Not sorry. Make it make sense. Do you not know English is a backwards language? Well, I mean, if you like, according to my YouTube comments, English is like, it's preposterous that you don't know how to pronounce things in English. Preposterous, Chad. Obviously, the word preposterous was never used. They would be expecting too much. Good. As an American English, it doesn't make sense. For example, there, and there. Yeah. I mean, I watch some intriguing Japanese videos sometimes where, like obviously where the meaning of a word is separated by the pronunciation of the first and the second syllable. And you're like, that, great. Fantastic. I would totally not be lost in your language as well. So I guess we don't have it that bad after all. Also, chat, please don't get in a fight over attic or not attic or loft or whatever. Just call it the Dachboden, okay? It's like the easiest solution for this. Just call it the Dachboden. Done. you watch the new solo leveling episodes? No, I am currently stuck with, what am I watching right now? I am currently stuck with the anime called, Radiant. It's okay. It's not crazy. It's not special. It's okay. Like, for watching while doing, here, that's what I'm watching right now. Start a bit slow. It's picking up, you know. I like it. What if higher level pits could increase the chance for mythic uniques? If higher level pits would increase the chance for mythic uniques, how upset would people be about class imbalance? Okay, so come closer. Let's assume the higher the pit level is, the better the chance for mythics. How upset would people then be about bug abuse, broken things, broken mechanics, and in general, class imbalance? Because if I'm now playing a Necromancer and Pit 150 would have a way higher chance for mythics, right? I mean, I could easily get there. But if I was playing a Sorceress, then I'm fucked or what? I'm screwed. I will never reach the same chance. Like, I'll probably be around Pit 100 and just eat my own hands. As a Spiritborn, the same kinda. The Rogue too. Maybe Barbarian or Druid, if the Druid wasn't... I think, it's right now, these are legit without bugs, right? So, yeah. But, you know, how much would class imbalance then be an issue? Does that make sense? I don't think that, like, more loot is an incentive for the pit right now. I mean, there's no reason to do a pit past 100. With a pit 100 or a pit 110, you are getting your glyphs upgraded to level 100. And that's the thing. There's not even a reason to get your glyphs to level 100. Chat, bear with me. But why would you level up your glyphs past level 46? What for? Unless you want to push deeper into the pit. Unless you want to do that. I mean, obviously I want to make my glyphs 46 to see how strong my build could be. Right? Like, I want to see, like, how much stronger my build reasonably gets if I get all the legendary bonuses. So that's interesting. Weil man das macht mit Hosen. Warum? Was ist daran jetzt kaputt? Aber wie wäscht man die dann? Das kann ich ja nicht wissen. So. And if you want to push further, you can obviously then do deeper pits. But again, like, there's no reason to do deeper pits apart from doing deeper pits, right? So yeah. They could lock it at pit 100 for 25%. And if you go over pit 100, you then get more chance for unique. That would be the way. Yeah, but then why would you ever do anything but pit 100 again? Like, right now, there doesn't need to be a reward. I mean, as it shows, Chad, there doesn't need to be an incentive for doing anything after pit 100. I mean, the people that are farming pit 150, they're already doing it. Right? You don't need to incentivize this because people are incentivizing themselves already. And let's be fair, an incentive would not make the casual player dive deeper into the pit. Like, even if pit 150 would guarantee a mythic, okay, let's assume pit 150 would guarantee a mythic unique with 4 greater affixes. Every pit 150 clear gives you a mythic with 4 greater affixes. no, I wouldn't care. And I'm the content creator. There's nothing you can do, right, to make the pit more rewarding. The pit is a tool. This is right now the point. This is the thing that, again, like the difference between here, right? The difference between endgame and pinnacle content. The pit right now is a tool to level up your glyphs. That's what the pit is there for. It's XP and glyph leveling. But it's not pinnacle content. And the biggest issue is that the pit never changes. So if I can clear pit 100 from a skill level, the only difference between tier 100 and a pit 150 is not my personal skill. It's just the RNG in which I find items and the RNG in which I upgrade my items with masterwork materials. So there is no skill involved in clearing pit 150. I'm sorry, like right? I'm not trying to take anyone's accomplishment away, but the 150 necromancers are not better players. They just merely have better loot. Now, they might still be adept at playing, don't get me wrong. They might be good at pulling mobs together and strategizing on how to get best through. But the difference is, you know, the items. Not that they're better at playing Diablo 4 than you are, right? That's a bit my like, obviously the issue with the pit as endgame pinnacle content. But yeah. There I disagree. It takes a lot more out of the player to actually play 150. Oh, that it is absolutely true. It is absolutely true that in order to clear pit 150, you cannot be a monkey behind the keyboard. You still have to play better than a pit 100. But the content is still not harder. You might have to marginally improve, but not really. The Khazar raid is kind of fun with friends. I think the Khazar raid is also fun with randoms. I mean, let's see. Can I find a party for... Can I even find a party for Dark Citadel? I think in order to Dark Citadel, I need to... Can I still... Like, I need to unlock the Dark Citadel first? Right? Yeah, I need to unlock it, that I can find a party. I like the Dark Citadel, personally. Even with randoms. It's a cool thing. The problem is right now that, like, if you go with the Necromancer and the Dark Citadel, what is that? Right? Right now, the Dark Citadel is fun if you go in with bad builds.
It is done.
Am I wrong or am I right? Because if you go in with a very good build, yeah, you're just going to blast the Dark Citadel into pieces. Like any mechanic, any boss has just gets skipped. Now the thing is, you could fix that, but it would make the Dark Citadel boring at the same time. Because what could you do? You could say, hey, maybe we're gonna get the, you know what world bosses have? That minus damage buff that you can't kill them too fast. You could put that into the Dark Citadel. That bosses take less damage, that they are resilient. But if you do this, it's also kind of weird. Because it's going to artificially slow down your progress and nerf your damage. And that also doesn't feel good, I guess. Oh, Lord. We got the Vehement Brawler updated, chat. Woo! Finally, after all this time. So I feel like the only way to really have the most fun in the Citadel is by taking like average builds that do average damage. Pit 150 is just like Lilith. You don't need to do it or want to do it, just feel like you have to do it. Nah, Lilith was still fun because she has an actual mechanic you have to do. Like, you actually have to have enough movement speed to avoid the balds, or you might die to the balds. Unless you do Lilith, obviously, on Torment 1. But if you do Torment 4 Lilith and you don't have movement speed, you can still die there. So I do believe that for, not for the good player, but for the casual player, Uber Lilith on tier 4 is still challenging. Not if you play the seasonal super OP build, though, right? I mean, if you go there with a Bloodwave Necro, you just press your Bloodwave button, and then you have 20% movement speed boots, and that's it. You need better loot from it. Well, the Dark Citadel was never meant for loot. Important. The Dark Citadel never had the intention of being lootable. The reason why the Dark Citadel exists is for the skins. There's a mount and there's permanent skins. And they're good looking skins. It is completely optional. There is permanent skins to gain. And that's the reason why it exists. For fun. It's a mere fun content piece. It's not meant to be farmable. Or an option to farm. It's just literally just meant for fun. And I think that's cool. I don't actually think I have the Khazra skins because you have these here. You have the Husk of the Soul Drinker. But isn't the Husk from the Soul Drinker, that's from... Wasn't that from the Season Pass, Chad? Correct me if I'm wrong. The Season Pass skin. I don't think I actually... No, there's Husk of the Soul Drinker and Revived Husk of the Soul Drinker, but they are from Season Pass. Yeah, that's Season Pass. I don't actually know how the skin was called. I don't think I have it. Probably. Yeah. I don't think I have it. Yeah, I only did like 3 runs, right? That's not true. I did a little bit more, just not many. How dare you, Neil? A few more. Yeah, there's someone with Khazra and Greater Khazra, exactly. And if you want to farm them, you can farm them. And I think that is really openly communicated by Blizzard too, right? But Blizzard never made a secret out of this. I guess you found more content you can make. No, Make Storm. Farming the Citadel just for that gear is... Like, as you can see, there's a reason I don't have that gear. Because I am not transfixed by skins. You know what I do if I want special skins? I'll just open the shop and buy them with my Blizzard bucks. I'm a terrible person, I know. But farming that is not... Like, it's not enough incentive for me to beat my head against the Dark Citadel. Especially because the Dark Citadel is just not a challenge, you know? Where do you get the most Opticide? The easiest way to get Opticide with most builds, I say most builds, will be just doing the Nahantu dungeons. And we're saying most builds because you want something that moves fast and strikes hard. Because if you're, like, moving with 50% movement speed, you better play the Infernal Hordes because you don't have to move there. Right? Infernal Hordes are definitely the superior piece of content if you're looking for it. Okay, but what are we going to do with this now, chat? What are we going to do with this build? So we leveled it up to this point, okay, chat? We did everything to this point to come to the conclusion that it kind of works and it does billions of damage. But after Pit 80, it gets tedious. I could certainly beat Pit 85 if I just masterwork my gear now. But that's the point, like, right? We have a 8 times masterwork glove, a 9 times masterwork thingy, 12 times masterworked amulet, 8 times, 8 times. Yeah. Where else do you want to go? What builds did you make? Oh, so this is a Seeker build. So this was mainly meant to just thrive as main Seeker damage. And the main reason we went for Seeker over anything else is because I don't find the other ultimates fun to use. I mean, the Gorilla obviously as a tier 5 skill has, the Protector deals 100% of your Thorns damage to enemies within every 1 second. And I'm certainly not going to make a Thorns damage Gorilla just to have, yeah, the ulti do more Thorns damage. Then the same goes for the Hunter. The Hunter has, the Hunter's initial damage will execute non-injured enemies. Non-boss injured enemies. Like, yay, yay. Fuck yeah. Right? Now, the Eagle is great, right? And I think the Eagle could be fantastic. But the Eagle truly needs a multiplier, a higher multiplier. We're sitting at, the Seeker damage is increased by 15%. What is that? And we're truly sitting here at like a breathtakingly 336%. I can bring that up to like 700 more. And we have 2,000 crit damage, and the 2,000 crit damage I can bring up to 6,000 crit damage. But since it's only 15%, doesn't matter how high I get it. It doesn't like really equate. It doesn't go amazing. Like, sure, I could make it do billions now. I can make it do billions, chat. The highest I've seen is like 10 billion, and that sounds great. For everything in tier 4, right? I mean, I'm like, this is again probably the most reasonable tier 4 build, as I like to say, because I can do everything in this world tier. I'm just limited in my pit pushing, right? So from a fun perspective, I'm very happy. Dark Citadel is the superior hub for all vendors. Yeah, but why do I have to do the quest again? I literally haven't bothered doing the quest yet. Okay, wait. We need to do this to use the stored offering. Then you're going to activate. Ulti him. Use the Gorilla, and then ulti him again. And then we're going to ulti him again, and now we're just, from this point on, we're just ulti spamming. Then you hit him. That's what I meant with the most reasonable build, because we're just, like, dealing the damage that we need to deal to get him killed in the long run. But it's like, this is probably how people want tier 4 to feel, partially. Now, I've seen so many cries for tier 4 should feel more challenging. But is this how you want tier 4 to feel? Because this is when you would have like a reasonable tier 4 build, right? That does billions of damage. Like, again, I'm doing billions, chat. Right? My Eagle can hit for 4 billion. This is probably what I would consider a reasonable build. Reasonable power level. But like, it works, correct? But is this the kind of challenge you want? Or do you want to look for something more, right? You want to blast, right? People are looking for more challenge, but at the same time, if bosses start getting tedious, is that what you want? Because I don't think that's what people actually want, correct? People don't want the game to feel tedious. Like, you play Diablo for blasting. So you're saying a boss that takes more than 10 seconds to kill is tedious? He. So my problem in Diablo is Diablo does not have a threat of death. So, I mean, is a boss tedious if it's longer than 10 seconds? Yes. But what's the problem? I mean, in Diablo, there's no threat of death. There's no challenge. There are no mechanics. You have enough barrier. You have enough armor. You have enough resistance. I don't even have to avoid boss mechanics anymore. Yeah, but a longer boss is not more challenging. Longer boss doesn't equal challenge. Because a challenging boss fight equals to challenge. You know what I mean? And like it's a simple matter of fact. Like longer fights don't make better fights. Better fights make better fights. The thing is, no one wants to die in Diablo. So no one wanted one-hits anymore. And that equals to any challenge gone. I mean, there's literally zero threat of dying. If I play any of my good builds. There's no way I'll die. Ever. So I would prefer 2 challenging boss fights. But these challenging boss fights shouldn't be the normal boss fights. These challenging boss fights should be pinnacle content. Right? I guess, personally. If I'm farming, I'm farming. Right? If I'm farming gear, I'm farming gear. And that farm doesn't need to have challenging boss fights. That endgame farm, I want to blast through. When I'm endgame farming, I want to fly through. I want to destroy things. I want to get my loot. But when I then approach a pinnacle fight, I want the challenge. I want to have to dodge one-hit mechanics. I want to have to play the boss, or it's not going to work. Right? I don't want to just stand AFK in one spot and shoot out my abilities. The problem is, though, if the challenge is one-shots, then it sometimes doesn't feel like a challenge because you're straight up being punished for making one wrong decision, right? Does the expansion add a new Uber boss? No, and we all don't know why it didn't, sir. There is... I don't know why the dog was not added as a fight. How did they make Mephisto boss fight versus the dog, right? How is that not a pinnacle boss fight then? How did this, like, Uber Lilith got turned into a boss fight? Right? You kill Lilith at the end. Because the dog boss fight is Garbo, I mean, like, that's not the point that the boss dog fight is Garbanzo. But literally, Lilith was turned into Uber Lilith. Where's Uber Mephisto, like, Harbinger of Hatred? Where's the consistency here? It was one of my biggest disappointments with Vessel of Hatred. Not the ending of the campaign, not the campaign length, not this stuff. That was all, it was like, it is what it is, right? We can deal with this. But not getting another pinnacle boss or another Uber boss fight? Why? I feel so sad. And I really liked that fight, though. It could have been better. I like the theme, though, of, like, with the dude. I kind of forget how he's called again. And Neyrel just being there, suffering, and then kind of, like, beating him. Yeah. I mean, sadness. The expansion annoyed me because it felt like it ended abruptly. I do like that we have a cliffhanger, right? Chad? I like that we have a cliffhanger, that we have something to look forward to. But how long am I having to wait now for the conclusion of that cliffhanger? Because right now I still care. Okay? Right now I kind of still care about the story and what's going to happen with Mephisto. But if they take another year, like if we don't get this year another expansion, I'm surely going to be bored and not interested anymore. But we'll see, right? Will Adam Jackson leaving affect anything? He is the lead class designer. Blizzard has a bunch of class designers for each class. So Adam Jackson was pretty much the boss of all the class designers. He was overviewing the whole process. But it's not that Adam made like the classes themselves. So you have a bunch of in-house playtesters on Blizzard, right? That test things, and then you have like Adam as the big daddy over everyone. So how much his leave will affect or not affect the individual performance of the dudes? Who knows? The question is, do we get a new lead class designer, or do we get like? Does anyone else, like, does Rod Ferguson now do lead class design? Right? Only time will tell. I mean, no matter if the Adam Jackson leave influences anything or not, it's just a bad look. Right? We're waiting for, like, Diablo just started into the year. We're waiting for the big roadmap to see what Diablo got for crazy plans. And the news we're getting is lead class designer is Gonzo. I mean, don't get me wrong. Do you know who else we lost, Chad? I forget his name. Shit, how was he called? Yeah, you had Joe Shelley. And no one was sad about him going. I'm sorry, Joe. Like, I don't want to be mean to you, but we had Joe going, right? And he was the dude who during a campfire chat, okay, Chad? So there was a campfire chat, and there was a point. So campfire chat, okay, and there were the notes what we're gonna talk about today. And it was called an SRPG. So there was a whole SRPG into here. So that this was the whole cliff note, okay? And that was like 30 minutes long, roughly. And that was Mr. Joe Shelley, who's now Garbanzo, he's gone. And he was talking like 30 minutes about why Diablo is a systematic RPG and not an ARPG because of all the systems that the game has that they're building on top of each other. And we were all there to hear something about the patch, about the new season, changes, what's coming. And after that campfire chat, he was never seen again. Never. This was his, I don't know, his rant, his whatever, but he was gone. And it was shit. Like, let me tell you, I'm not interested why you want to call the game a SRPG instead of an ARPG. What does that matter for the game? What does that do for Diablo? How much you call it, right? And that's my question. So he was the lead. What was Joe Shelley? He used to be the game director. Really? Okay. See? Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't seem like we felt him leaving. So, not sure if we're going to feel the lead class designer leaving, right? Maybe, maybe not. But hey, at this point, I just still enjoy Diablo, right? After everything we just talked about, I'm still having fun. It's limited fun, correct? It's limited fun. I've spent now 65 hours with this season. I've leveled up every class to 60, every single class. I've made a build for every single class. And I'm kind of fine. You know, I did everything the season had to offer. The only thing I'm missing is this. Chad. I still don't have the Raven. I'm sorry. Didn't Joe just step down from Campfire? No, Joe is not working at Blizzard anymore for a while now already. I don't know when he exactly got gone, but Joey's gone for a while. That's a legit 1 hour farm. I know it's a legit 1 hour farm. So we're just missing this because the rest we get done. So we get like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think we got like 9 or so done. So the only one we don't have is this. Like pretty much just farm the root powers, and then we're good to go. Just upgrade somewhere. Which powers? Oh, that's what we're gonna do, but we are obviously not going to do it with the Spiritborn because the Spiritborn is too weak. You're probably just gonna do it with him because he's just broken, right? The Barbarian is just stupid. I wonder how much percent of the player base, chat, I wonder how much percent of the player base just finishes the battle pass and the seasonal journey and then just stops playing. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. But how many players do you think do that? I'm the opposite. I bought the battle pass after finishing the seasonal journey. Yeah, but that one is instant finish then, right? Do you not like, if you do that, do you not like just have everything done straight away? That's why we play Burbs. See, like just in comparison now to the damage that we did with our Spiritborn, right? Our Spiritborn did everything to get like billions of damage, right? And I gotta do buff watching, and I gotta trigger my Rune and all that kind of stuff. And now the Barbarian is like, so I just pressed my right mouse button and I just did 5 billion damage already. You know? Because I triggered an earthquake. I see there's a 3 billion hit just randomly. 7 billion. Do you think a Bone Spear is better than Blood Surge? Bone Spear should be vastly easier to put together than Blood Surge, because Blood Surge is actually still complicated to put together, as it needs specific gear pieces, and many of them, to make it all like kind of work together, and max life and all that kind of stuff. Where the new Blood Bone Spear should just be straight up stronger, probably. So what gives the most restless rod, chat? Is it just farming this dude here? That just give me the most restless rod? Has anyone ever figured it out? The pylons, did they not fix the pylons, or do they still exist? I thought they fixed them. Did they defix them? But they fix them and then break them again. Yeah, the tree thingy. I get that, but like, do we even have still the trees, or are they currently disabled again? Because they were like enabled and then were disabled, and then were they enabled and they were disabled. So what are we now? In which timeline are we, chat? Are we now in the enabled or disabled timeline? What was wrong with them? There was something broken about them, and I don't remember what it was, but something was. See, there were some. Okay, well, we need to find. I mean, it shouldn't be too much of an issue to just farm the rod. Either or, neither nor. There's no cleansing pyres anywhere. I think they were causing crashes. Yes, they were definitely causing crashes. But you know how it goes. Crashes are just part of the game. You call it the experience, chat. What's the best build for Barb? Just Earthquake. Any Earthquake related build is just, yeah. You can go for Hammer of the Ancients, and like after Tuesday, it should certainly be fixed. So we are currently waiting for the patch, because the patch on Tuesday is rumored to finally fix everything. I mean, it's in the notes, but we'll see if it then holds true, or if the notes are a lie. If the cake is a lie, or if the cake is real. You will see about that. I would really like to know if the cake is a lie. Doesn't fix Mendel. Mendel is still going to take until the next patch. They pretty much had the fix already ready, but they didn't have time to implement it for this patch. Right? Like, it always comes down to their patch schedule and everything. So that Mendel fix was donezo, but the patch for the other fixes was already compiled and ready. The Hoda fix, I wouldn't get my hopium up. I mean, like, Hoda will be fixed or will not be fixed. It's not like the build needs it. Like, sure, Hoda earthquake explosions are nice, but it's not like you actually need it. Right? Again, for speedrunning Pit 100, for clearing any kind of boss, for feeling like an absolute god, you don't need Hammer of the Ancients. You're good anyways. Playing Leapquake. I like Leapquake last season. Now I just like to right click my mouse to get earthquakes and be a meanie. So you're right, this is a lot of rot, chat. This is a lot of rot. A lot of rot. Look at me now. This is a lot of run. Do these cleansing pyres actually pop up on the map as cleansing pyres? Like do they have the symbol? Because I never look. Like, I'm just riding around and I'm happy when I find them. Your seconds cooldown on leap, jumping like a maniac. Sounds good. Okay, we got power number 8 upgraded, chat. Look at me. I only need 2 more powers upgraded. How much rot would that be? 2 more powers. Can't be that much, right? I should be able to get that done. No time. Another 4K rot. Oh no, but like here, I have a power on 10 already. And a power on 11. So if the power is on 11 here, see, like, it's 14. I only need a little bit more. Thank you, sir. Not that much. Just a little bit. The cheap ones, that's what I'm doing. Sir. I'm all about the cheap ones. I mean, definitely not going to do the 100 one, which I accidentally leveled up, as I forgot that they're the expensive ones, and then totally just leveled up the expensive one because I'm a bot. Right? Is any one of you even using the Raven, or do you just all have the Raven and don't use him? John. How's it looking? Are you even using it? Or did you all just get it to then be like, nah, you know, it's kind of like, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, you know, didn't even want to use it, you know? I don't pick up hats. No, I really don't pick up hats. I never noticed when a hat drops. Like you cannot blame me for this, okay? I cannot be blamed. The hats are nigh invisible. What do you want from me? You don't know what the Raven is? The Raven is the seasonal reward at the end of your season journey. So when you press U, you have the season journey here. And if you finish this, you get a Raven pet. And that Raven pet will be forever with you. And he'll be your bestest friend. And he'll never let you down. And you'll always have your back. Okay? The Raven pet. And he'll collect loot for you. Like a good Raven pet should. That's your Raven pet. You're only stage 6? Yeah, but it's really simple. So it's like there's no... It's not hard to do this, right? It's not hard to get this leveled up. It's more like tedious. Like you just gotta do it, right? You just gotta farm the area. I mean, I've been mostly trying to get it farmed up by leveling all my characters. So why don't I have it, guys? Because I made 6 different characters and I never actually farmed, right? I just made new characters and then just made new characters and then made new characters and then I make new characters and then I make new characters. Why haven't you spent 27 Paragon points? Because I got all these Paragon points with my other 3 characters. So since I have played this Barbarian last after making all the other chars. We simply haven't just spent the Paragon points as there was no reason to spend the Paragon points. And I don't even know where to put them into. Probably put them more into Rumble if I wanted to. There we go. Ta-da, Chan. Even more earthquake damage. Probably. Yeah, we had this one. Wasn't this here? You needed strength, yeah. See, that's actually useful because that increases my damage while zerking, which wasn't like very high to begin with. So now I get more damage while zerking and we're suddenly stronger. Look at me, I'm the chosen one. Okay, we have enough to almost get this maxed out. Almost there, chat. Pony very impatient half in the chat. And if I have a head, chat, I have a head, I can turn the head in for what, 250? Super going to do that. Very irresponsible. I like that. So that's why we haven't spent our Paragon points. I hope it suddenly makes sense to you. I don't think the Whisper caches gave you rot, correct? ladies and gentlemen.
It is done.
You're supposed to be perfect at guiding light. I got it. I'll do my best. Unearthed dungeons? In unearthed dungeons, I never kill anything. I just run through it. Might as well just stay in this area here. And my pat pick up all the restless rot. You would just pick up the restless rot a bit faster. That'd be very helpful. The things we do for Raven Pat chat. The things we do for Raven Pat. Okay. After this, it's only one more power. Then we got it. Oh, there's a cleansing pyre. Let's go. If I could get a cleansing pyre with a bunch of other dudes that would just be running around here, that would be really nice. So could you just all just like keep earthquaking around the cleansing pyre, please? Like we could keep this up indefinitely. Like with a bunch of barbarians just going strong here. We could surely keep this up for a long time. I think I'm playing with you. Well, sir, if you're here, then you're certainly able to help me cleanse that spire. Come on, faster. Nice. There's good. There's really good. Another chest armor. See that was all the 1, 2, 3, 4. Done, chat. Done. Okay, one final one, and that could be the Hex of Whispers, ladies and gentlemen. So how much rot do I need now? It's another 13 levels times 80 to 90. It's not that much. And then I get my Raven Pen. It sounds very good for me. You know what we need? We need a Nahantu seasonal zone. Yeah. We need the Nahantu seasonal zone because the Nahantu seasonal zone just has like 4 times the enemy density. I don't know if you've been, chat, in the Nahantu seasonal zone, but that usually has just like the bigger enemy density. Like there's crazy. You just walk around and everyone is there. Right? Like any Nahantu area is just lit. However, the Nahantu seasonal zone would have a higher density than the normal seasonal zone because that makes no sense. But then again, Nahantu generally has just a higher enemy density, so it might not make sense, but it is what it is. There's always tons of elites. Oh, did we just kill a goblin accidentally? Oops. I did not mean to. Path of Exile, we're currently waiting for the February patch, as everyone. I mean, who's not waiting for the Path of Exile Feb patch? There's also start of April, the next season of Last Epoch coming, guys. I don't know if you've seen it. I'm not 100% interested, but on the other hand, it might be just happening in a good gap between all the other games, depending how much more content Path of Exile releases. Could be that their patch just falls into a very nice empty space that you wish to fill. Two ARPGs are not enough for you, sir. There's never too many ARPGs. But obviously I'm a content creator. I need new things to make new things. So there can never be too many games. I mean, even with all the content that PoE 2 has to offer, even with all the content that Diablo has to offer, right? There's still moments where you'll be out of content. These happen, unfortunately. Last Epoch looks outdated and Yankee. I wish they would just take the game and move it in a complete new graphic engine, but yeah, that won't happen. I'm totally with you. The graphics in Last Epoch, I do not enjoy myself and find them Yankee. Which makes me sad when a game is just merely being held back by graphics, too. Because the other games are just more enjoyable to look at and to play. But that's where the State of Diablo video is coming. Hey, the State of Diablo video was S tier, sir. I really liked that one. Because it was actually a State of Diablo video and not a I Love Path of Exile video disguised as a Diablo video. Sorry, Chan. I can't stop making jokes about that. It was actually a video talking about Diablo 4 is the easiest ARPG. That is absolutely true. And not everybody plays ARPGs for a challenge. Do you know how many comments I've read on people telling me that they're done with Path of Exile because it is too tedious? I personally do not agree, but I understand the sentiment, right? I do not find the game too tedious, but I can totally understand if someone feels like that Path of Exile is too tedious for him. And I think it's very easy to understand too, right? You don't need rocket science to understand why someone would say Path of Exile is tedious. Because it is, but it's part of the game and it's part of the fun too. The struggle, the tedious, kinda. But you don't have to enjoy it. Okay, all the Restless Rod. How much do we have left? 600, okay. 7, 7, 20, 20, 20, 10. This one takes 80 to... Isn't this one, like, better to upgrade? I mean, it's gonna take... It's already 10. Let me do it! Okay, I need only 400 rod more, chat. That's it. Then we're done. Then we got the Raven. Let's go. Raven time! Playing through all the acts on all chars is tedious in Path of Exile. I have to say, this season here in Diablo, leveling up alts has been an absolute blessing. I mean, I only needed like 2 hours to level something up, and I could have skipped these 2 hours if I wanted to by simply like using whisper caches, pit pushes, whatever. So, but I like the leveling. But really being able to, in 2 hours, max level something, dude, it's been absolute joy. Oh, that's the cleansing power. I got it, chat. That should be it. We're in the end game now. This is totally it. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Come on. Don't. More spawn. Rerolling with max power is you do 155 without needing to hit mobs. That is correct. That is not wrong. Okay. Claim rewards. And claim rewards. Where is he? Where's my raven? Ah, beautiful. How does he look in game? Wait, I need to... Shit, bad. Look in game. That's fantastic. I like it. Same. I have beaten the season, ladies and gentlemen. I am the chosen one. 6 classes leveled up. The battle pass done. The seasonal journey done. Everything done. The whole package. We got it. We got it all rapadoodled up. Damn, son. I like it. Very happy. The chosen one, always the chosen one. I don't know why the pet doesn't pick up scattered prisms automatic, because reasons. So I'm not going to say our Spiritborn project failed, by the way, chat. But Seeker is sadly not really impressive this season, which makes me sad. So I would have to reimagine the whole build to push it somewhere else. But I don't think I'm going to do that today. What I do think we're going to do today is, guys, I am going to end the stream here. And we're going to be back tomorrow for more. And that will either be with a reimagined Spiritborn, different Necromancer builds, or I am not 100% exactly sure what. Therefore, thank you very much for coming and watching on this Sunday. It was an honor and a pleasure. I had a good time. Watch the tier list on YouTube and leave a comment and tell me how wrong I am. Okay? And if you're only coming for that, that's fine. And I'll see you all tomorrow again. Take care. Have a good one. I love you all.